Hey guys, it's Tarkin coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. And well, things are bad. Ikit Claw is here at the Oak of Ages. Durthu, I think we're going to move like here and go to ambush. We're going to recruit a bunch of wild spirits. It occurred to me while I was not playing, I was like, you know, we could move this elf over and reinforce. We should have been using, in the earlier terrible fights against Skaven, we should have been using, you know, our flying units to try to help out. But I'm hoping Durthu being here will harden up the front there, and this Thilvakas will just start recruiting a stack of dryads, and oh well, he'll be getting Treekin next turn. You know, it's time to grow out of dryads then, I suppose. And because Belagar Ironhammer is coming like soon, and he has well, you know, we can just get stuff to tie up. What's there? He's got another army with him too. You know, we don't want to. We need to put some respect on him, but we'll have one turn before he gets there. I think he's coming to me. But Drycha's here, and we're just going to go ahead and crack Skavenblight. Or, like, because we could take Tabaro and build the thing to increase our Skavenblight raise cost, but I think we just take it and then jump over, because we need to stabilize. And they have, you know, Slanesh units here. We could just auto it, but I think we're going to go in because I bet we can do better. I bet we can do better. This garrison is terrible, right? Hey, Luke. Yeah, this garrison is very bad. Just like, I mean, sorry, it's good at abstractly being a garrison of medium tier units, but what it does is have no weapons teams at all, which they're not great in a siege, but they're good if you're against me, because I'm so dumb. Anyway, we're going to fight this battle because I need to not take casualties. Maybe it'll be okay. What are the chances that I won't take casualties if I do it? They'll have Warp Lightning. No, this is a Plague Caster. Yeah, should be fine. They'll have 6 charges a minute below, but Waterfall Palace. Yeah, exactly. Oak of Ages, we held it one turn. I played very badly. It just like it didn't occur to me, knowing the Skaven were coming, that I could just get flying units to dive the artillery, so I didn't have any. And then I responded poorly when the chariots came in, just very poorly. You know, just typical bad stuff. Now these walls are gonna be probably like the terrible, awful, horrifying Skaven walls. We're just gonna park everybody in the back. You know, not the killers, not Drycha. She's just gonna walk up to the front. We're not worried about her. Not the Branch Wraith, not Drycha, not a girl. You know, we'll walk them up. We can heal them just fine. And plus, we're not going to have to worry about them taking, like, 11 billion damage from various stuff. Now, I don't know if they have another nuke. So you're saying that, like, abstractly, like, for the campaign purposes. I know we can't roleplay as Drycha here because we have to do what's smart and not what Drycha would do. What would Drycha the Dryad do if she were here right now? I bet she'd never make peace again. That doesn't rhyme. I know the words to this song, but I don't want to sing them right now. Alright, we're just going to charge in. We're going to identify the people on the top. And, yeah, so Plague Claw Catapult right here, of course. And this is our good army, and our other armies too. Like, we don't even have, like, what we normally have going on, which is you know, a hilarious amount of leadership problems, plus the Dryad summons. So, hey Coolio, how's it going? We're just feasting. The clan rats are coming in, but you know, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be absolutely nothing. We're gonna break through the door in like a year, because that's, you know, how it goes. Of course, we are uniquely situated by virtue of our position to accidentally dive there. To accidentally dive there feels bad. You know, we're fine. You know, maybe we could accidentally come inside. Yeah, oh yeah, they messed up now. They let us get in. Alright, so what we're actually just going to do is drop this stone thing right here on the top of the gate. I don't know if that's going to break the gate. It doesn't matter. Look, we should just have this fast forward. This is just going to be a cinematic grind. No. I mean, it does bear looking at how cool it looks. Like, look, the, there we go. That's how to remove the, because I can still control them. Yeah, alright, so let's put them in 2. And then, alright, yeah, so basically we can just very slowly come in the gate. Everybody else is coming in too, because we can control them, we just have the UI turned off here. But it looks like we're going to take a bunch of free damage from the towers over on that side. So, literally doing the opposite of what we're supposed to do. It looks like we're going to need a charge in there. It feels bad. You know, that's what we get for, yeah. Thought functionally owns the entire empire. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was sort of thinking that only, you know, without the refinement in thought. I was thinking, okay, if we can get, like, Elspeth on our side, right? And, like, shore her up, because she is, you know, she's a lady, and why are we getting hit by these towers so bad? Oh, man. Rough stuff. Anyway, it just goes to show how bad I am. These malevolent dryads getting, like, 1 billion value, 1,000 value out of a summon. Yeah, because I was thinking, okay, so we crack Skavenblight, we try to, like, give Bretonnia to a friend who'll stay a friend. Because the Empire, like, Elspeth isn't like a backstabber, right? That's the good thing about playing Order in general. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Man, Skaven towers are so good. You know, it's all the worse because now we are trapped in here. I literally didn't need to do this. I was like, I can do better than the auto-resolve. I can't. Alright, huge dwellers. Nah. Moderate awakening of the wood. Much better. And we pop the leadership hit. And of course, like, we can take a little bit of damage. We'll get a little bit of life back, but we don't want to get, like, so beat up. But this, this unit beat, like, a couple of storm vermin up, which is itself very fun. And our army, oh yeah, right, because we just walked in the door. We're not supposed to be here. We don't even go to this school. But here is the Plague Priest. He's very brave. I mean, he isn't. You're about to see him turn and run as soon as we show up and hit him. Oh, Curdle wants it. He is on the trail. Get him, buddy. Oh no, he ran away. Turns out we didn't get him. Here's with Forest Spirits, yeah. Skaven Morale. Yeah, that's gotta do, yeah. That makes it sting even more to have lost Waterfall Palace and stuff. Because, you know, we had like really, and our home thing of Griffinwood as well, because you know we had like an all right life. We're shooting Waywatcher shots into some chumps with shields. Feels incredibly bad. You know, this is exactly what I meant when I said I can do it better myself. Poor performance indeed. Look, it's not the end of the world. It's just what, like a lot of beat up Dryads. This one only lost, because if you don't lose the models, it doesn't count. So this is the only Dryad that really lost a lot of models, and all the other stuff will be fine. Well, I mean, supposing it ends now. We don't have anybody else that's going to get hit. I think all of that was just from towers anyway. Yeah, because if we can just get, you know, a whole bunch of negative leadership, because it's in the whole area too, so we can just have like entirely cheesy brilliance if it comes to it. And you know, maybe the Waystalkers will have a purpose, you know, for Athel Loren and all. They're about to army loss. They've got to be. They've got to be about to army loss. They've got like a lot of high value infantry on the field though for Skaven. You know, it's a lot of storm vermin and stuff, so it's not like, oh, there's just 4 units left. That's not going to be in the calculus. But here, everything else is tossed into the garbage disposal. The Lost Sylvan Knights are being very awesome. This is what you pay the elves for, right? I'm like, did we win yet? How are we still fighting? Alright. Over here. Like I said, Storm Vermin, high value targets. We don't need to use our winds. Do we need to heal anybody? This Glade Rider is fine. We don't need to worry about it. Hey Log, how are you? Wonder what you saw here to grow Raker speed. You know, Storm River shields? Yeah, you know, that makes sense. The stream is going well. Probably just planning on like an hour and a half or so. I wanna round out the day with some nice peaceful Minecraft, but I might get distracted by the tree bloodlust and continue on, or just lose. No, because I was thinking too. What we need to do is recruit another lord at base camp, and then we can start recruiting malevolent treemen, because we can't even actually get them over here anymore. And we need to get a secondary army over there, stack it with these guys so we can stiffen up the army of Durthu, and just like have Durthu with just heavy hitters, just, you know, some flyers to deal with artillery potentially if they're like warp lightning cannons or whatever, and then just like treemen and treekin, you know, just like really hardwood power, none of these pine trees, none of these birch, you know, just the powerful mighty old growth oak coming around, and then that'll be a good army. We can forget 80k. All right, there we go. Now we're talking. So some of the money problems have now been alleviated. Of course, Belagar is marching in. Unbreakable wall of treatment shrieking, and then some filthy elf cavalry to round it out. Exactly. But yeah, so that's a lot of dosh. That's some cash, all right. Of course. So what we have here, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be able to like walk around and get into this ambush, and I'm pretty sure that he'll be able to reinforce. If not, the oak is very beat up. We can't just cede it to them. However, this army is fresh. It has, you know, we could kill Ikit Claw. We've got 2 treemen, so like we could beat him down. We'll just have to get him on the field and not accidentally, you know, get shreked. But we can real quick go ahead. We need to equip these forest spirits, because I know this army doesn't have them on, and you get enough forest spirits to where, well, I guess we don't have enough to put them on anywhere. Yeah, man, you know, Durthu doesn't even have a forest spirit yet. Hard knock life. We're going to be able to put the Armor of Destiny onto Durthu, which is very excellent. And then he'll get a talisman as well, which... Missile block chance? Potion of Healing feels better than Potion of Strength. We can give... No, that person already has Terror. I'm like, we need to find a caster to give Terror that wouldn't have it. This caster. Because she's got an eagle now. And we'll give her the terror causing thing. This is the spell we were like, we really don't need to let her die. It's super important that she stays alive. Because she is the only spell singer of life that we'll ever have access to. She's the one in Durthu's army. You know, she's on an eagle, but, like, you know, it's low HP, high speed. But the ability to have a flying caster for the army I have planned for Durthu is going to be good. Huge easy shot for the auto resolve file, yeah. I should have thought of that too. Alright, and there, the Wissen's Wild Form gets even cheaper. So this is a spell... So normally, I'm like, you know, I never use buff spells. Wissen's Wild Form is already a spell that costs like 3 right now. So when we take this, we're going to be able to cast it for 1. And then we get Awakened Forced Attrition, which is super excellent. So, very cool. So this is a spell that just gives you armor... and weapon damage, and you can cast it freely with Durthu through this, which is just so good. He's a very powerful fighter, and then with that, you know, pretty strong too. Yeah, let's give him that missile block. And who wants the Potion of Strength? We can give it to... Yeah, much more important than the Potion of Strength there. Speed there, and then... Seems fine. We'll burn these together and hope for a better one. The Crown of Command is an item. Look, nobody wants to see the Crown of Command. Maybe if you're like a really good player, you could use it well. But... Alright, here we need... We want more Glade Captains, because every army needs a Glade Captain or two, both to potentially die of artillery and to be useful, and to force them to bring the fight with their sniping abilities in Heirs of Kernus. Does Kernel of Regeneration? No, he does not. Nope. But, you know, we've got a life caster in the army, but he doesn't just, like, have it natively, unfortunately. I keep hoping that we're going to find one of those elf swords. But we haven't yet. Yes. So this is yeah. It's a war game that you do battlefield strategy and then also fighting on the map, which we should probably end the turn soon. No, we need to go over home. Yeah, this is one of my very favorite games. This game series I've played for I think like about 1,300 hours now total, and I don't play multiplayer at all, but I am like an avid aficionado of the competitive scene. I am always watching Warhammer. But I would say yes that I would consider myself a very knowledgeable person. I'm not good, but I know a lot in spite of not being good. All right, so what we'll do here is... How long do we want to recruit here for? Because we can only get 2 units a thing. We might just... spend like 3 turns getting them and then go. Man, local recruitment capacity, is it really that low? How do you improve that? Is it one of these? Maybe it's just Wood Elf things and it's always just 2. That makes sense. Okay. You know, that's the sort of thing that I didn't notice. You know, I never needed to recruit at home more than 2 at a time. Well, there you go. Yeah, and then we can go... there, and the global here will take 4, but we can, yeah, we'll just get 4, and then we can get like a full stack, right? Well, you know, a stack, and then we can, yeah. There we go. That'll be a great reinforcing army. We can stick a couple more tree spirits into it and go. We've got plenty of money, you know. It's about to get a lot more limited. But the upkeep for the tree spirits isn't that much. It's just, you know, the cost of buying them is pretty bad. Well, thanks. No, you know, it's a very difficult game to play, in my opinion. It's not the hardest game in the world or anything. There's a lot going on, and there's like, in a lot of ways, there's a knowledge base about what factions are, who's scary, what they're going to turn into, what's punchy in an army, whether or not this development with some war that doesn't involve you is going to be important. And that's really like that you do have to play the game to figure out. Someone could tell you, oh, that lizard's scary, but you don't understand until you have to face like a level 50 Gorok what they mean. There's danger, and then there's like world-ending danger. And if you don't know what to do, and I'm bad, but I still like I know what's scary when I see it. But Ikit, okay, we're in a good shape here actually. So Ikit allows himself to get caught out there a little bit. We're going to, I think, by doing this, we're going to be able to yeah, make him go away here. Luke, you say your favorite part of the game is the grand strategy over the battles. You mean with high-level plays, foregoing strategy by choosing battles. Yeah, I quite agree. Like, I don't really watch campaign much for that reason. Because I always feel like, you know, I get it, but, like, look, I'm not, like, a non-cheesy player, right? I know what I'm like. I know the way I play sieges. I'm not righteous, okay? But don't need to plan battles if you can defend any settlement, which I feel defeats the purpose of the campaign map. Yeah, there's certain things, you know, like the old putting the hero in front of the army to wear down all their ammunition. Look, if you're like actually skirmishing, it's one thing, but you know, and then you get into like what it means to have those kind of standards. But the great thing is that when the Skaven are here in Athel Loren, they're taking that attrition. And we are stacking this army with a bunch of those guys. That many? That many. Then we'll be able to fill the rest with spirits. Maybe a hero or two. And Drycha, I was gonna, like, send her home, but now that, like, so their forces are pretty messed up here. Throt is, of course, on the way. His army's not so bad. I say that. You know, he's got Eshin Triads. Oh, these are, like, totally unjuiced Eshin Triads, though, so not too scary. You know, they're halberd infantry. Guando infantry, in fact. They do have little Guandos. Which is not a distinction that any other infantry in the game has, I think. The Guando, of course, the famous weapon of my man Guan Yu, the Bodhisattva and hero. And we barely get any money for this. I'm gonna raise it anyway. Because of course Belagar is on his way. I should have probably went home. But I wanted to push out here. No, Belagar is not on his way. Belagar, I don't think he's in ambush there. He could be. I mean, if he is, you know, fair play to him and well done, you know. He's a very clever boy. So Shab is trying to leave. Ninth of Omnibus is there. Can Durthu make his way to Ikit? Yeah, but we're going to make these guys so mad at us by continually walking over their lands. But, you know, they won't give me permission to walk over them. So, like, if they're not going to deal with Ikit. Yeah, like, if they're not. Oh yeah, we get an engineer's knapsack. Now, would that normally matter? Not a ton. But we do have exactly one ranged unit in Drycha's army, and it is one that uses its ammo very, very quickly. And we will go ahead, and I think it actually is important enough to swap over here and lose the armor on the Branch Wraith, who's hardy enough, because that ability, Restock, it gives you basically more than another full thing. So now these Hawkeyes of Jakira, we're not even going to have to worry about target selection. Good stuff. Skaven Ruin Settlements, that's a good question. It must be, yeah, it knows it's hostile. Yeah. Yep, the mechanic will immediately tell you if it's under the control of a Skaven, which is actually very useful and makes sense too. You know, like the Wood Elf, the trees could tell something was wrong no matter what type of thing. And here, we'll go here, because she could still move away if Ikit comes in, and then we'll have Durthu here with the steel chair. So Ikit will move in to attack her probably, and then... So his army is Giselles and Rattling Guns plus him and this. So we'll just dive him with Durthu's army and hope that it works out well. We're planning on giving Durthu a bunch of fresh troops in about 4 or 5 turns anyway, so... Like, I don't think we need any of these things here. Yeah, because this doesn't give us Branch Wraith numbers. We only have to care about numbers of the heroes. Alright, cool. Cool enough. Alright, so we need more Forest Spirit heroes. We need more Waystalkers. And we will get them, you know. We will eventually get them. That 80k from sacking Skavenblight has basically already been eaten up. We'll just put it in camp so that we don't see that that's going on anymore. And we might well send his heroes on the quest as well, because Thilvakas needs to hold this down. Or we might actually just send Thilvakas, right? I don't know. Hey! Xiaoming, of course. I would love to make this arrangement. Soon we'll get a non-aggression pact, and then maybe even an alliance someday, and Gelt will have no choice but to be our friend. Oh, they got... The ambush didn't help them. Alright, well, bad news. I forgot that Skaven did this, and I don't know why I thought Durthu was going to catch him out. Well. Well. Note to self, don't use bait armies against Skaven. Durthu was in front of her. I guess it didn't matter. And we're just walking down. Alright. So immediately what happens is we get hit by all of this first round of Giselle fire. We're just going to pause it for a moment to admire how beautiful this is. And how much it is like what I would do. Just Rattling Guns all the way in the front. Just careless behavior. Yes, indeed. Poor Elgi. Said no one, ever. But, they're bouncing on the part of the army that is, like, the worst part for them to be on, and, we're gonna wheel around. We've got our big, scary beasties attempting to get onto Ikit. So, you know, this isn't... and then those rattling guns get away, or Giselles, rather. Well, the cave bats are getting their value, you know. They're tying it up. We'll hit a big dwellers below here. Because Ikit has, like, way too much resist. Oh, he's actually not that hardy. He's just got 1 billion armor, and it's probably a fool's errand to try to take him down. But I am nothing if not incredibly dumb. I mean, look at this. Look at what I walked into. There must have been a Skaven waiting for me all along. These guys fighting up the hill here. Treeman in the middle of halberds feels really good. Feels awesome. Everybody loves that to happen. Of course, we are charging right into the trees. That's good for us and not so good for them. Oh, getting the break speed off by Ikit here. On the upside, though, these Giselles are actually getting beat up very badly. And on the other upside, we might be able to crack back and deal with this Ikit army. Maybe. Not on the field, I mean with Durthu's army. Alright, managing to break off those weapons teams there. Alright, what's here? Wolf rats, Giselles. Well, it's a good place to be. Just trying to kill this catapult. Fighting a hero of some kind over there. All of our archers shooting at Ikit. All of our treemen trying to walk over here to get on him. Guando infantry coming in there. Do I have any dryads over here? Nope. Got barely any in the whole army. Hawks coming back. Get them in the tree line here. Do I have any RORs? Yeah, like I have all of them. The only thing we've got recruited is the Waywatchers of Jakira, I think. Well, in conclusion, all the hits we put on Ikit were wasted. I should have known better than to think we could get him down appreciably. But I guess, no, not wasted. I mean, we did good damage to him. I mean, not compared to the army that we lost. But, you know, this army will be easier for Durthu's force to deal with now. So we lose a bunch more heroes, which really does sting. Cetra's got 20 settlements, which is crazy. Good for him, you know. You never see that. Skarsnik wants money. He's fighting Skaven, whatever. Vlad wants military access, but he's too weak to negotiate for it. Coolio, you say you love how army battles like this have multiple perspectives, like the map to the environment. Yeah, yeah. You could, like, it's not like a perfect one-to-one, but, you know, you could fight here, you have a river crossing. Here in the land of Cathay, which is sort of like Warhammer China, there's a lot of these, like, mountain passes that have these awesome choke point battles that are built. Alright, a couple turns till they get to go. Man, things are heating up. Alright, so we need to stop getting distracted with Drycha and make our way over. But we can't actually... Man, that's pretty bad. If we go here, we can definitely get across the wall there. Definitely. Durthu's right here. I have no idea why that ended up the way that it did. Wait, what? She got to retreat? After losing an ambush? I thought your army always got wiped out. Huh. Well, anyway, that's not even nearly as bad as I thought, and I feel fine. We barely got banged up. Okay, bet. Seems good. Let's get some eagles. Let's get a dryad and a bat. Let's get back to it. My girl got a level. Keep her Nystagio. Yeah, I think we'll probably just raise Carcassonne for a bunch of money and then loop around. Because with this army still working, you know, it's not so bad. Ikit stuck and his control speed can pursue. Oh, okay, so normally he'd be able to follow up and stuff, but because... So it almost didn't work for me, but it ended up doing it. Cool. The Spellweaver, we take, you know, the Treekin ability. No, because this... I mean, the other one, it's either Dryads or Treekin. I think Treekin's better anyway at this point for her army. Because it'll be easier to shoot around or whatnot. Drycha, get a Pit of Shades. Can we auto on these people yet? No, certainly not. Shield of Thorns is like melee reflection. I'll never be smart enough to remember it. Shield of Stone, or Flesh to Stone, is a big physical resist buff, which actually might be worth remembering. You know, why don't we take it? If you get a full power caster and you don't take their abilities, then it's sort of your fault if you don't get anything cool. Kirtle's at maximum capacity of skills, so we're going to just put him on automatic. 5% physical resist during forced battles through the hero's army. That's pretty good. And then we're also going to get that boost to ammunition, which, again, not every battle that takes place in a forest is a forest battle. This game's very dumb. But, so if we press the fight with Trallin, Ikit will run, yeah. And they're not getting any replenishment here. Just like what they got out of the battle. Okay, and this guy was... Yeah, baby. Okay, now we're talking. This guy was in March. He won't be able to flee. Ikit has already run, so he is going to die in this battle, assuming we win. Assuming we win. Durthu's army has the mobility that we need. It doesn't have the punch besides Durthu himself, but, you know, we've got two armies, and if we just deal with the artillery... and the rattling guns, and the magic, and Ikit Claw, then we'll be fine. Because, of course, we don't have Lightning Strike or anything. Oh, Luke, that's such a smart move. Can teleport into Thrott's Heartland. And then, once we do that, because he's got all of this, we can use that as an excuse to go over here and fight Wulfric, who's definitely going to declare war on us before too long anyway. It's a pretty underwhelming forest, but you know. The Tree of Life is at 300, which, you know, gives us upkeep everywhere. Reduction. Alright. Things are fine. Things are fine. Nothing is destroyed. Everything's gonna be okay. We just need to win this battle, specifically this one. Dorothy's already got magic attacks. Do we give them to, like, the Hawks? To the Bears? Does anything really even have physical resist that we have to worry about? Small guys. Ikit Claw has big phys resist. Yeah, we'll give it to the Bears. Alright. So if we autoed it, we would lose tons of stuff. We're not going to auto it. Like, first of all, I'll replay at a time, maybe, you know. I'm not going to auto a battle that's interesting. And, like, you can't play that way. You can't. It's too fun to watch yourself have everything fall apart because of your failure to imagine what your micro should look like. The good news is that I don't think they have a nuke. I think the nuke is gone, and that'll be taken care of. So here in the forest, there's a statue of a lady with a little Oblivion item there, a little Ayleid runestone. This battle map is awesome. You know, I spend so much time playing this game, and I always forget to look around. I try to remember, you know, not to get all Ferris Bueller about it, but Total War Warhammer moves by pretty fast. And if you don't look at the nice, like, they made this little waterfall, you know, and they got they got beautiful little bioluminescent bugs and stuff. But enough of that. There's a plague of rats to fight. Let's see how it's done. All right, 1 minute till Ikit gets here. Our guys will be here in a minute as well. So theoretically, yeah, the Skaven smog is too strong in the air. So if we charge in, then Ikit comes in with all of this stuff and obliterates us. So we need to be more thoughtful. But how? How? They could shoot us out of the air. Do they have a warp lightning cannon? Yeah. So we can't like skirmish with the spell singer. That'll get her killed. You know, we've got magic. We've got Durthu, who doesn't regenerate. We'll have to heal him. We can get him to potentially spread out and then try to dive the artillery and weapons teams. Bear Squad. Goon Squad 1. Goon Squad 2. Deploy between them. Yeah, Ikit does have nothing to prosecute it, right? That's a Rat Ogre, a Chariot, 4 units of infantry. Yeah, because if we just sandwich it very, very quickly, we can charge the Glade Guard up forward. Because they're probably all going to turn around, and if not, we can back up. We'll just have to remember. We'll put them in skirmish mode. That'll help. Of course, they're going to get at least 1 minute below on them, but yeah, so if we just... No. No, Durthu 1 behind, because we're going to want... Durthu 1 here, because we're going to want him to definitely not be the one that gets shot up by Ikit's army. And then this will be, you know, the sacrificial... No, the very good and important army that we would never just throw away. So total aggressive dive, just absolute madness, right on it. Heavy metal, hit the doom wheel, get on top of the chieftains, get your charge off. Dryads go in. Bears are chewing on the leader. Bears are chewing on the leader. We need to make sure that guard mode is off. Alright, so the bats are now embroiled too much in combat, need to get them out. The flyers have done their part. The bears are chewing. And oh man, I thought that Dweller's Blow was gonna work, but it looks like... Okay, it'll be fine. It'll hit enough of them. Okay, so we try to get it on the railing guns with our bats, and they immediately get shot to absolute death. I'm an idiot. That was never going to work. We get on the warp fire throwers. Our archers are engaged in the back here. Very, very sketchy performance so far. Of course, the forest spirits are here to defend the forest. That doesn't mean we should just be throwing them away. We are, though. We are. We shouldn't be, but we are. But now Durthu sees Ikit Claw, and his heart is roused to anger. Actually, we're going to throw a Sword of Daith here, which is actually probably going to get like 1,000,000 value. We're going to overcast a Flock of Doom. I've been forgetting that I am also a wizard. Alright, we need to be smart here. We need to be smart by charging immediately into these Plague Claw catapults and these Plague Claw catapults. It's probably going to be fine. No, the Rattling Guns. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, God. How do you... Oh. No way. No way. Oh, that's a lot of damage. We're not getting out of this one, guys. As soon as we get in the line of those Rattling Guns, anything that gets there is just gonna melt. This is torched. We should have taken the auto-resolve. This is hopeless. This is so totally hopeless. Absolutely the worst thing I've ever done. Just a bad, bad idea. Hey, the Pats got on one of the things. So after all of those sacrifices... we get on one of the backline pieces. Get the Lord entirely beat up, even after I was like saying directly, oh, don't get her beaten up, by the way. All of these archers are just sitting in the back and haven't moved at all, so that's really good. That's just very good. Just super excellent. You know, the Way Watchers and stuff, we just elected to leave them in the back the whole battle. Smart. Just brutal stuff. Anyway, like I said, I'm a very bad player. You know that. You've been watching me. But I do feel the need sometimes to point it out, like, as if to forestall someone noticing instead. They'll be like, wow, you know, you're bad. I'll be like, yeah, I know. I just said it. Weren't you listening to me talking about how I'm just actually the worst? Ay, ay, ay. And then, of course, over here, I don't have a frontline army, is absolutely devastating my entire archer line, who gets no value, no protection, and, anyway, I'm a bad player. You know, we played the whole time in this campaign without using archers at all, and so you couldn't see how bad I am. You were like, hey, he's doing fine. Yeah, because all I had to do was attack. I had one ranged unit in the army. I didn't have to protect anything. Anyway. I was like, we'll win. We won't. We won't win. Poor performance indeed. It's just... oh, man. If this attempt falls through... are you watching the same battle I'm watching, bro? Like, are you physically looking at the screen? I know I have more access to information, because I get to choose what I'm focusing on and then whip around. But, you know, no, this is torched. This is all over. This is so bad. And Ikit barely got value. All he's doing is shooting with his stupid chariot. He's not even being the incredibly menacing character that he is. It's like they don't know that he could charge in and be running over everybody. And of course he has that heal spell thing, so killing him is an absolute nightmare anyway. Yeah, those rattling guns with like 400 listed damage, it's what, like triple what they start with? No, Skaven are too good, man. They are a faction more than any other in this entire game that I think punishes player mistakes. You know, just because they have the best ranged abilities. They have the highest DPS. At least it feels that way in campaign. I guess, depending on your mistakes and how your faction mounts is, something like Couronne could, you know, envelop your lines and crush you. But, like, Skaven, it just feels like if you literally, like, look the wrong way for 10 seconds, that you could just lose. It's like playing a person. But that's just because I'm bad. Like, there's plenty of people that can play against Skaven. There are. The world is full of people that don't lose against Skaven. Like, we took that fight. We didn't have to. And it went very poorly. Spellsinger dies. Potion of healing gets stolen. But hey, a malevolent treatment's a better lord anyway. You say it's kind of like a trickier, complicated army to fight against. They have a lot of tools that are difficult to deal with if you're bad. They have really powerful ranged damage. They have magic that happens very quickly and does really, really good damage no matter like what kind of unit you have, basically. So they can take like a really elite unit and then light it up before you can react. It happens like a bolt of lightning. They have really strong characters. But really, it's they have the ability to summon things. Really, they have really strong faction mechanics and in-battle mechanics that make them a headache. Yeah, they can summon stuff onto the backline. So if you're like playing artillery or have like archers and you're like up worried about whether or not your guys are getting shot, then they'll just be back like bushwhacking you. They can ambush you more easily. They can make your guys get diseases so they don't replenish. Like, I'm a player, right? I am a player faction, so that gives me huge advantages over what the computer can do. But the Skaven feels the most like you're playing a real person, where it's just like, how do they even get away with it, you know? Like, it feels like you're about to sound very dumb and be like, it's not fair. Why are they allowed to do that? But no, there's something like 24 factions in the whole game, and, you know, some upwards of 70 different lords to play as. But I believe near universally, people like to play as Skaven and hate to play against them. They are noted to be just a real nightmare to try to deal with. And they have a stance so they can like tunnel around things, which a few groups can do. I can do it and dwarves can do it. But added to that, so like normally I'm the Wood Elves, so this is my home forest, not my home forest, but the home forest of the Wood Elves. Like, I didn't start out here. So if somebody else wanted to come in here, they would have to like march down these alleyways and it would take them a long time. But the Skaven could just, like, pop over the mountains. Which, again, it's only okay when I do it. And indeed, yeah, the Skaven lore is cartoonish, gross, and evil. They're very awful. Their whole society is just monstrous. They're the worst kind. They're the worst kind of folks. Even by the scale of Warhammer, where most people range from very bad to mostly bad, the Skaven are entirely, irredeemably evil. Which, there's a few factions like that, but the Skaven, you know, often in a fantasy setting where they have a statement like that, they'll be like, maybe we'll get one and make them not evil, you know, to show a contrast. Nope, they're never even going to try. They're super evil. Basically, like, if they could ever get their act together and stop fighting each other, they would definitely be able to take over the whole world and enslave it and use it for their terrible experiments, which is what they want. But because they can't stop fighting each other, that's the only thing that makes the world an okay place to be. Exactly. Literal demons are the second most evil faction in the game. It doesn't get worse. Alright, so here we're getting attacked again, but... So we'll have the settlement garrison, and we'll have a choke point battle. Huh, well that's funny. You know, we're going to put the settlement garrison under AI control, because this is just too many units for me. And we're going to try to not blunder this army. We'll see how that works out. Yeah, we'll see how that works out. This guy just took layer of hell. I mean, basically, they would call themselves the 13th layer of hell, though. They have a spell called the Dreaded 13th Spell. They have the Council of 13. 13's all of their thing. Yeah, one of them is called Hell Pit, exactly. One of them is called Skavenblight. They literally have plagues as a mechanic. Dularic is here. It's his first battle as a malevolent treeman. If you put that one there, after a couple of minutes, it will charge up and be able to deal with them. It's an AI army, so it might not do anything at all. And it's also... Look at these weird passes. Man, maybe we shouldn't have given them the AI control. We want Durthu back here, where it's safe. If we do that, it takes several more minutes to get there, though. But if he's up there, then we'll just get sniped. Yeah. You know, normally I would be like, sweet, a choke point battle, but we're against Skaven, which means it's more like, oh no, a choke point battle. Of course, everyone is super beat up. The treemen are hanging on by a thread and they're about to die. This army is just in tatters. Everything is hopeless. So of course we gave AI control of our reinforcements over because that's what a smart person would do. Bye, Coolio. Thanks for stopping in and giving a shot. Yeah, the game can be very like cool and cinematic. I'm such a weak player that I like, even when I'm like all zoomed out and looking, I can't even keep track of what's going on. But, oh well. The only way to learn to play Skaven is to play him. Look, I'm not gonna lie, normally whenever I play, I just, like, don't fight him. I'll just choose a faction that's not around him. I'll be like, I'll play Dwarves and go to the Chaos Wastes. You know what they don't have up there? Skaven. I'd rather fight freaking Chaos Dwarfs, for real. No, I can't believe I said that. They're probably even worse to fight. For me, because I'm so bad. I don't even know what I'm doing. Probably about to get sniped. But hey, we've got our Securnus thing going on, so we might as well use our Glade Guard and try to get somewhere out of it. We know we have healing coming. We also know that this whole army is going to get absolutely mauled. Okay, in conclusion, we're probably going to get killed here. They're probably going to lock her down. I don't even know what's going on. Don't even know what's going on. Oh, they deploy entirely in the back. Well, great. I'm an idiot. But if we ever Securnus the Warp Lightning Cannon, it'll probably kill it. And then this other stuff will probably not be so good at it. Does this guy have the spell of locking me in place? No. Does somebody else have it? Maybe. Because at least they're going to be, like, in a weird spot. But no, they'll just sit over here and hit me. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, you're joking. Oh, they're not going to get here nearly in time. On the upside, we will have a big Winds of Magic pool. For whatever that's worth. Astrogoth's doing well, so you might have to. Bold of you to assume this campaign will last long enough for him to get over here. I'm pretty sure we're going to lose in the next 10 turns. I don't know, maybe with Drycha's army we'll be able to turn this around. I mean, we don't lose engagements when she's there. She can't be everywhere. And I sent her away. Like, no, the treemen need to stay back here. We can heal them up. This branch wraith also doesn't need to be doing too much craziness. Because really, the artillery is quite far in the back behind this, so we can move. Up here. I mean, assuming we can deal with this Lord. I mean, I think now that the Treeman's Arrow will do it. The Treeman's like quite a strong fighter, right? Alright. And now the cavalry has arrived. Of course, part of the cavalry is this person who is so beat up. We're gonna Earthblood here. Just for a little bit there. We're gonna regrowth Durthu because we need him in fighting shape. We're gonna make the Air Force hopefully go around the back to deal with their... Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, blundering the hero. You know, it actually might have worked. We might have distracted them somehow. Alright, so there's the Warp Lightning. It barely hits anyone, so that's pretty good. Ikit's going up towards the other army, and of course that's the reinforcing army for the reinforcing army from the Oak of Ages. That's somewhat less important if we take casualties on it, in that they will freely come back to us. What we see here is a big blundering of our archer lines. We just let them sort of freely get in there and beat on us, while Durthu's engaged with someone. Brood Horror. That's at least a fight worth fighting. Alright, we're going to try to get a big Sword of Daith here on, like, all these dudes. Yes, there we go. Huge AoE damage. Forgetting to cast my wild form feels bad. Sword of Daith. We get a huge break here, but now our forces on the rise are getting shelled. Do we get in among... Yes, we do actually get in quite well into the back line. We just need to make sure that our various units are going around. We don't want to be taking too much more on this hillside here. Alright, so... what do we have to solve this problem? 2 guys there going in on the Brood Horror. Of course, they are beat up. They are beat up bad. We just need to get an Earthblood here. And then we're going to go ahead, throw a Regrowth down on Durthu, who's been getting some damage on him. But now that the tree beards are showing up, we're just going to go ahead, run the guard away. Giant wolves engaged where? Somewhere. Alright, the Zotes are all the way on this wall. You know, right where they could have helped, over here. Ikit Claw is putting a hurting on everyone in the whole universe. But, you know, he's also getting shot up, and we'll just army loss him. You know, he's got all these big pricey catapults. And we now have spears and birds among their, most of their rattling guns, and it looks like we're just gonna go ahead and dive here on these gutter runners. Yes, indeed. Hooray for trees. You know, the tree men do pretty good. You just, you know, you shouldn't let them get shot up that bad. And we don't want to use his healing magic because, you know, this battle might take a while. And hers is cheaper. This Glade Captain, we need to get her away. No, we need to keep her fighting. She's in a fine spot. Bats are feasting on the rattling guns. Feels good. Alright, Doomflayers here. Need to get these Hawks specifically on the Doomflayers. The Doomflayers will not be good against Hawks. Hawks are large. And the Doomflayers, you know, they rely on their armor and on their bonus first infantry for these combats. And oh no, oh, man, oh god. She was fighting them in melee and then elected to go into the air. Basically, we had this army come in here on the side. Ikit turned to meet them a little bit, but then the first army we charged in here, so we were able to fight them. The rattling guns got in this depression, kind of, so they couldn't shoot into our main force at all. And then we flew the Air Force over, because his catapults were all the way back here, and then we were able to, you know, press the air advantage a little bit there while they were separated from the rattling guns. Of course, then the skirmisher paid the price, and the Glade Guard, the Glade Lord, fell. But, you know, there can only be one Lord of the Glade, one tree to rule them all, one tree to find them, one tree to rule them all, and then Athel Loren bind them in the land of Warhammer. Oh no, what's hitting me? Oh man, my caster. It's a Packmaster is what's hitting me. They rallied and they do about 1 billion damage. Oh, the humanity. And that's the thing too, is like I will very, very often just totally lose sight of what's going on. I'll be like, okay, I dealt with those foes. A Hell Pit Abomination can spawn clan rats. You just want to be aware of that when you're dealing with them. You don't want to be like, oh, okay, now that's sorted out. Alright, so Ikit Claw is a menace. Durthu's coming for him. Doesn't mean it's going to be smart. But if anything on this map is built for fighting Ikit, it's Durthu. And if anyone wouldn't run from him, that's Durthu too. We'll give ourselves some healing. We'll give ourselves the wild form for a nice tidy 750 damage. And let's start beating the brakes off this old boy. Boom, baby. The rest of the Skaven are en route, I think. Either that or I'm about to lose the sword. Yeah. Ikit is unbreakable? No, somehow not unbreakable. Shocking. He's still fighting, but, you know, we're not going to let him get away. We redeemed ourselves. And, hey, this is why you fight battles. Because we could have auto-resolved and never learned at all what we might want to do here. Ikit shattered. He will die on the retreat, right? What we do want to do, however, is heal up somebody. Yeah, let's get our treemen together. Did we lose them? Nope. And we are just doing the old heal up your guys at the end of the battle trick, which works for single entities, of course. So it doesn't matter what the HP is of a model unless it's a single entity for the purposes of end of battle healing like this, right? Oh no, I wasted a regrowth at the end. But yeah, so, but if it's a single entity, then the HP sticks. So if you take 3,000 HP damage on a unit of Slayers, say, and you only lose like 2, at the end of the battle, it's going to treat it like 2 units of HP are missing. Which is very important. The Glade Lord got shot up, which really stinks. But the rest of this, I mean, went fine. It went fine. And importantly, we beat him up. Durthu gets 4K value. That sort of death, man. I need to remember to use it, huh? And of course, nobody else on the whole battlefield gets value. It's just Durthu and the whole thing. No, that's not fair. The Dead Glade Lord got 1,400 as well. And we get 12K for the battle. We regenerate. I don't think we need to, actually, because that's like all the Skaven forces. We take the money. We take the money. Crazy stuff. I was so sure that my bad play was going to catch up to us, but maybe we can get away. Okay. Oh. Dularic gets the trait for Ikit Claw, wins reserve and such, and then we also get Lord and Hero recruit rank. Yeah, we'll just go here to the old... Alright, so that went okay. And these heroes are fine too. We need to get bark for this guy, because all of our builds are going to be transitioning more into Malevolent Treemen for the front line here. Both for the ward save, the superior armor, missile resist. I mean, the armor doesn't matter much against Skaven, but it matters some. Alright, 1 turn, and we get to pop on over. So do we have any heroes we want to embed in the army? Yes. Weapon Master, pretty good. Talon of Kurnus for more range? I mean, maybe. And of course, the most important thing is they immediately get Arrow of Kurnus, which is a very strong ability. You know, you get 3 uses of it. It's got a 600-meter range, which is, you know, quite enough to get you where you need to go. But yeah, we might. Yeah, we'll embed them, and then we'll zoom them over and. Grab a bat with Durthu. So there are no more Skaven on the inside in an appreciable way. Durthu's army will be strong enough to go up and take the Waterfall Palace next turn. Drycha will move up to Carcassonne, burn it, and then go in this direction. Because Carcassonne, we know, is at least like a very high-level settlement. We're not going to go in underneath it. Because, I mean, it'll have a garrison. They might have a lord inside. We don't want to have to deal with both of it. Both the lord and the garrison. So move him there, and then we'll just... Because they're in the Waterfall Palace now, and we just need to move up and take that. And we might just give it to one of these elves to hold on to, you know, to improve things. At the very least, things are going well, you know, more or less. So here, because they're Skaven to fight... Man, I hate to lose an Elite Malevolent Dryad, though. But I mean, like, when we move over there and meet up to trade armies, it's not gonna happen, right? Durthu needs to... It's like, are we just going too slow? Do we just need to jump over the wall to Canals right now? Or over here to Waterfall Palace because this army's weak? Is this too bold? I don't know. I don't know. Man, I wish I had these other settlements. Sure, and I do. There's still always Belegar. Who this army isn't, like, good for taking out one of my settlements, but that doesn't mean he won't be good for fighting me. Can I piece of Belegar or others? Not just yet. I have that one thing. I didn't want to trade it to the ogres because I didn't want to like get diplomatic hits for whatever. But yeah, I don't have anything to trade them or Elspeth. They're pretty close to peace. They're just like, even Belegar is just at like 8 or 9 points. But of course, once he feels like he doesn't have to worry about it. Oh, Lewin's still alive! Obviously, Bretonnia would be the most desirable. Well, maybe that'll delay it by a turn. Feels bad. Yeah, because Lewin, I mean, Bretonnia is the fitting one to go to. Alright, so we can Deep Roots here.
I will not speak with enemies of the Empire. I count you as such.
Alright, so we did peace with Elspeth. That must... I don't remember doing it, but that makes sense. Like, I would have wanted to, obviously. She says I'm the enemy, but it doesn't say we're the enemy, so I don't consider you an enemy. Yeah, we get a non-aggression pact with Zhao Ming. Boom, baby. He's already forgotten everything. Alright, so Toltirin's here, and he's gonna trade Durthu for, like, most of this stuff. Who needs elves? Not Durthu. He does want the elf Spellsinger. Alright, so... This army's gonna want some tree men, but not, like, all of them. We'll give this guy... a wolf and a bear... And the Zotes. He's still got, like, a bunch of stuff. And now Durthu has this incredibly awesome army. We're gonna go trade these here. Give this guy a treeman. for it, and then now... Because if we need more flyers, which we very well might, and it's not advantageous to get rid of them. The Dryads... Yeah, let's just let's get up to 5 and 5. That'll be 5 Treekin here, and then 9. Yeah, that's fine too, isn't it? Alright, strong armies. Durthu, of course, has the benefit of making Malevolent Treatment cost 38? 38? They only cost 150 in these armies. Wow. You know, it's the elves that are costing me money. I mean, that's... We're also here with the discount. Yeah, well, it's just a 10% discount. Anyway, the treatment currently costs 38, and that's pretty good. So that reminds me, we should make Durthu this office, which will make him even cheaper treatment, and give him the melee defense. And yeah, so Durthu the Forgotten. Dularic will be the Speaker for the Embittered, and Toltirin, the Speaker for the Lost. That'll give him Stalk, which, you know, that'll be funny, I guess. It'll keep him from getting shot up. And Qian's officially safe. Woohoo! Gelt won't attack me if Zhao Ming doesn't want him to, right? Probably. And Gelt's not that strong. Zhao Ming's not like an Oathbreaker, if memory serves, from the games. I never remember him, like, playing fast and loose with honor. Alright, so... Infectique, this army is pretty punchy, but of course, this is the army that has to deal with Drycha, and Drycha is dramatically better suited to dealing with Skaven than all of my other armies are, on account of her summons. He is in the lore, but not in a game. Okay, yeah. We're just going to auto this, you know, not a lot going on here, besides the possibility to take damage on the walls. Here, we occupy it. We occupy it because we don't get very much from clearing it. We occupy it for the replenishment and so that we can take the thing for sack bonuses here and push out here. Because, you know, Bilbali, that's going to be a major settlement. We're going to be able to hit Canals from here. Oh my... Lewin's right here. Aw, good stuff. We're totally going to be able to make sure he doesn't die. Do not believe this letter about me. I'm father's most honorable. Yes. I have found, as you probably have, that paragons of integrity always describe themselves as such. Everyone who's ever met me says I'm the most honest, best, friendliest listener, and moreover, handsomest old good boy that anyone's ever seen. I like how the Waystalker is all like all purpley looking. You know, they're not green. They got the malevolent aesthetic going on too. Well, anyway, so hopefully these elves aren't gonna hit me. But everything's about to be good. The dwarves are probably gonna forgive us soon. We might actually move down here. Because if we can just take some of this and make Elspeth like us, because she's not far from liking us like a little bit, and Elspeth might be able to live through this assault to the north. I mean, probably not. That's a lot of nonsense. And she's fighting the vamps as well, and the Fecundites are here at the door. You know, everything's rough over here. Inlian, Lewin, you're terrible. Yeah, yeah. France is better, and then because if he goes back to Skavenblight and got it like all jumped up again, then we can raid it for like 1 billion more damage. That Glade Captain becoming a mentor, it's not as good as becoming a centaur, but it's sometimes all you've got. And we are, I mean, like, as always, just very upside down with regards to our income. However, we know that we can get really, really big chunks of money, and we don't have to support this many armies once wars are dealt with. Hey, my girl, my girl. She wants $1,000 for it. Ah. Just because I like you. It looks like now Cathay has decided that we are a good tree who is unlikely to cause them any more troubles. You do have to identify that. If a mad dryad shows up and reclaims your neighborhood forest, but doesn't do anything after that, at a certain point you gotta think, oh, well, maybe it's alright. Where are you going to do this? Where are you going, though? He says it'll never allow me to pass. Does that mean if I take the Waterfall Palace, you'll allow me to pass? Alright, so we'll just trespass on him here. This guy will run in this direction. Forest encounter. Oh, no. Let's decide later. I'm like, I was on the ground right here. I'm like, no, I don't want to do a forest battle. I have to fight these Skaven. It's not part of the plan. Alright, so if we go here, we could probably hit Waterfall Palace on the backswing, which is excellent. It says I'm going to lose 2 elves to this? Nah, they just been watching me play. We're not going to lose anything. We'll be fine. Yeah, I'm not going to lose any elves to this. Yeah, exactly, Luke. Trigus, like, looks around. She's like, well, so you know what I said about the humans? How they were ever a righteous partner in forestry. Regular tree husbands, I always called them. That's what I say. Anyway, do you want to fight the rats? Because they don't have any artillery, which is my idea of a fair fight against Skaven. They do have Rattling guns, but Rattling guns only have 145 range. So theoretically, you could shoot them. And even more theoretically, you could just set up your army in such a way where it doesn't cause you that much grief. You stick a tree man in the back so that when they summon someone on top of it, it's fine. Like, back here would be better. All the way over here? Yeah, over here. We just gotta worry about the summons. They're gonna press the fight to us. They're gonna know that we have the superior momentum, They don't have that much to punish any of this dumb stuff that we're doing, like having our troops in these trees. They just can't do anything about it, so... Of course, we don't really have any, like, force projection either, although we can start. We can start getting some. Of course, like, everybody here is bad. This spear is called Feskit. Good for them. Oh, that must be the defender. Clanrat summon onto the Lord in the front. Very smart, very elegant. Because the thing about, like, Way Watchers and stuff is, like, yeah, we're fighting Clanrats, and that's annoying because, like, you know, who wants to? Alright, so Toxer is the one with the 23 ward save and 50 missile resist. Toxer is the one that has to be fought by a Lord. Alright, my arrows of Kernus. We're gonna shoot here at the Warfire Throwers now that our fellows are here. The Clanrat Spears were not braced, and that means they will take the charge damage, such as it is. We're going to throw an Awakening of the Wood right here in the middle of the block. And here, we're just trying to shoot at the Rattling Guns, because we know from experience fighting this specific Lord that you cannot hurt him with missile attacks. He is much too tough. Of course, they don't have very much that's good to deal with me here at all. They've got like one unit of Warpfire Throwers, right? Which is good at dealing with problems. We should shoot it before it starts roasting me too much. Oh no, run away, run away! Their Rattling Gun is offline. And then they don't have too much of a front line to speak of. I say that as my Archer line is getting buckled by the most trash house units in the game. And he is just banging on his little bell. He's doing a good job, you know. Everybody's proud of him. I know I turned it off, but this game does not save your settings. Anyway, we're seeing what I'm obviously not doing is losing 2 Glade Guard here. Now, am I nearly doing it? Yeah, sure, but that's not the same. Wow, we are losing this fight hard. What is on me? Oh, a Gracier of Ruin on a Chieftain. That makes sense. Because, like, imagine if this army was good at all. Because just the Skaven Lord is such a huge problem for me. You can't shoot him down, and anytime he gets in my infantry, he wrecks them. The only thing that's good against him is monsters, and I can never get them to stick on target. All of my archers are wasting all of their shots, so I think there's no target on the battlefield except him at this point, really. Besides these Clanrat Spears that I'm inexplicably charging my expensive Wild Hunters of Kernus, my anti-large AP, into the 25 armor Clanrat Spears. Yeah, you know, and that's a good point, too. Because, after all, Orion, your point about, like, Drycha letting Durthu do the diplomacy, Orion showed that way didn't work. Orion failed. Orion's not on the map anymore. And, yeah, you know, Durthu convinced us. The Warfire Throwers came back and do so much damage for free. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Well, we took a ton of damage on everything, but what we didn't do was lose any units. So, if you think about it, it's the game that's wrong. They don't know how good I am, man. We just get the whole army totally crunched. I mean, who knows how bad the auto-resolve would have treated me. Against just the most crapsack army. 1 Rattling Gun, 1 Warpfire, trash infantry and one guy that's really, 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 really hard to kill. Who got 2,600 value. And this dude didn't do anything. Like, can I please have his stuff? Can I have whatever's making him do that? Can I have all of those things? Well, at least we get a Talisman of Preservation. Just poor performance indeed. But we're obviously giving it to Durthu. That guy could have the trinket. Oh, he had the fire resistance. That's fine. But you know, we didn't lose anything. And here we won't lose anything anyway. We'll put this acceleration on one of these hawks. This banner is incredibly good, but not on any of my units. The acceleration and deceleration, if you get that on like a chariot character or something, it is absolutely comical how good this banner is. It's one of the strongest items in the game, I think, but only on the right character. Alright, so if we... Yeah, even if we give him the tree, we still can't get a treaty to walk through with the tree. And we're gonna make this work. We're gonna get Lewin, he's gonna get here, and we're gonna figure out what's going on. We'll move Durthu to Karakazor, we'll trade it to Elspeth for friendliness, and then we'll push over here. Oh yeah, that'll be the way. Or we'll trade Karakazor to Karakiran, but I think the map doesn't line up that way. Maybe it does. Because I will make friends with anyone as long as it's not a rat right now. You got her with Durthu once? Dude, that is sick. Ariel, man, when they put her into the game... Was she always in the game? I don't know. I never got her until the Sisters campaign, and that was really something special. Yeah, so this army is on its way out. They're going to be going back to Paravon, which is probably a tier 5 settlement. But importantly, we are, for right now, semi-stabilized. Now, everything might be torn, but for right now, it's looking like things might be on the up and up. And we're just going to take the money and the money and growth, and you know, it's gonna be never. We're never going to be revenue positive, but we're gonna be able to give a whole bunch of land to Lewin pretty soon, and hopefully he'll be able to get off of his out of his slump. That's also going to give us, you know, an ally, hopefully holding. Really? Really? Okay. These fools are sieging Castle Carcassonne, which is wild. I guess it would have inhibited my replenishment, which isn't that bad. Because right now, yeah, I could just lightning strike them off anyway. And then go pop the other army. Which is exactly what I'm going to do. Never should have come here. Lightning Strike is, of course, the best ability in the game. I know I say that about a lot of abilities, but it actually is Lightning Strike. It's unlikely that an argument could be made for any other ability that would be sufficient to outweigh its power and benefit. Alright, so they've got catapults and warp fire throwers. Well, time to do this. Same old, same old. Can't shoot me with a catapult if I live in the trees. I mean, they can, but... Because the great thing about this army is you get to do stuff like this. Like summon Malevolent Dryads on top of catapults, which honestly should be like a range ability, like how... Look, if they designed Drycha today, it would be like Malachi's thing, right? Not the whole mechanic, but like how you have the zone of control or like a Black Arc, you know? I believe that. Just like, here's your Malevolent Dryad summon. You're with, you know, you're in a magical forest or around Drycha, so this is the faction effect. You get to do the thing too. Because they can't see her, right? She's got unspottable. She's got like this epic item, so even though we're shooting at them from just like fairly close range, they don't even know we're here. I mean, they know we're here. They know somebody's shooting them. They know somebody is breaking all of their dreams up and ruining their artillery. Wahaha. You know, it's not so fun, isn't Skaven? Local recruitment instead of raised dead. Oh, yeah. Exactly. But it's specifically with the army ability, because they've been doing more and more of that, you know, with designs, so it just seems like they probably would. You know, it's like faction leader's army, and then you get the ability later that lets you get it for other armies. Why are we acting like there's a bombard? Let's get out of there. Dum 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 dum. And we just dropped that in the middle. Why? You know, it's about sending a message. The message that I'm not a very thoughtful person. And of course, like always, Delina gets like some decent value. But the real value she has, which is basically immeasurable, is that she allows me to force combat to happen. And also, when you force your opponents to come to you, you get the benefit of messing with their vigor, which is very good. They use a scroll of shielding. Dummy. And you get to see their force disposition. You potentially can, you know, drag out some of their forces that they wouldn't want dragged out. That kind of thing. Not sure what's going on there. And we get Warp Lightning on our one ranged unit. Way Watchers are very spread out. They're a low model unit with just 60 models, but also they're not densely packed. So a spell like Warp Lightning doesn't do as good against them as you might be fearing whenever you see it pop up in the air. Of course, nothing worse than fighting against Skaven. Everybody knows that. Alright, so we need to shoot these rat ogres. Alright, we are definitely having too many things in the strategic reserve, as we can euphemistically call it. We're just going to drop a stone thing on this big block here. Even Storm Vermin with halberds, you know, they just don't match up well against treemen. And of course, what normal thing that you do against treemen is, you know, shoot them up. But if we're careful, we'll only get moderately shot apart, rather than entirely shot apart. Arrow of Kurna shooting through trees, very dumb, but hey, what are you gonna do? At least Drycha's coming in now. And Drycha is a very punchy fighter. Her stats aren't the highest in the world, but she's got good animation. She's a small target. And, you know, the more you hit her, she's got this ability, which is very low right now, but she can get up to 50% weapon damage and big melee attack buffs. And it's not just for her, it's an aura around her. So if you get Drycha stuck in and they start beating on her, they're going to have a really bad time about it. It's not like a normal time. It's a really bad time. But Infectique on his bell. At least we got rid of his ward save. We took away, I think this is the same guy. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's another one with a name. 50% missile resist. Maybe the bells all have 50 missile resist and 100 armor and a shield. No, that's an item for the 10%. A normal shield's better than that. You still feel like the raised dead with Vanuels still makes sense. Yeah. I guess the Wood Elf, like, the magicalness of the forest is very important. I'm like, she could just find trees anywhere. You know me. My real ambition in life is to never have to defend anything. Thaumatus was in forced march. He gets knocked out. We're just going to clean up several fights in a row here. Cracking back on the auto to just put the herd in. Putting our people back together again. Getting some crummy items. Who cares? Not me, because we're just going to move here to Canals. We've got the movement, and we occupy the Heathland. Alright, we got one more Waste Stalker. We'll take... all of these are bad traits. We'll take the... Man, these are all bad traits. ITP? Yeah. Look, we just need a hero in that army to stick the Forest Spirit on, right? Oak of Ages, trying to get to level 3. We've already got, you know... It's a good little block of guys that are in there. Of course, you can't really build stuff at the Oak of Ages. It's all, like, about universal stuff for all of your provinces, so... You can't use it for, like, military recruitment or anything. It doesn't work like that. I'm like, why don't we just get the Frenzy? We don't want to go through life without having the Frenzy. Flesh to Stone, which I'll never ever remember to use, but I could theoretically remember, and that's, you know, that's worth something at least. Alright, now she is done. He gets Insidious Glamour, so he'll be able to make his elves cheaper. He doesn't have any elves. That's right. Of course he doesn't. We're going to take the missile resists for everybody there. Yeah. And fizz resist for him, just generically good. Is Gelt gotten over it yet? Gelt has almost entirely gotten over it. Gelt doesn't even remember that we fought. Good stuff. Well, at least Cathay's fine. At least Cathay's fine.
You ask for a boon. Speak, and I will see if it is within my power to give.
Boom, baby. Probably should have waited for the replenishment. We're in fine enough shape. And it'll let us maybe get a zone of control if they try to go around. That might be bigger than there. Anyway. Wonderful.
Let the supplicant come forward.
We'll give him a turn, and then we'll see how much he likes Castle Carcassonne. Because now, like, this is really messing with my money generation if we're taking these and giving to him, but we need him to have places. We need a strong Bretonia, you know. Without it, who's going to stand against the ravening hordes, the Wolfricks of the world? Belagar. Very well, I accept. Your offer of peace is a generous one. Good. Good! This dude moves right up to Drycha and encamps on top of her? Alright, dude. Alright. You could have just sent her a note. I don't know if you're really her type. She prefers rats that are hit by trees, not that are talking to them. Get wrecked. Big ol' bell falls down. We take some of the stuff. Like, did that have Chaos Warriors in it? Oh no, Marauders from the Norskin thing. And hopefully we can grab Montfort before... Wait, Daith? He apparently this dude cracked the old necromancer earlier. Ah, Bellicor. Well, the plot thickens. Hey, we finally got the Spellsinger Immortal. This is the most important thing in the whole campaign, right? Because now we know that we'll have our flying healer for Turthu's army. Alright. So we're there. This guy can't get here in time. We're going to try to sell Karakazor. Nope, can't sell it to him. Then we will... We're not going to do it right now, but if we sell it to Elspeth, we'll also be able to get her a foothold. Yeah, I mean, she won't give us any money for it, which makes sense. We'll be able to sell her Zavorik, and then maybe, you know, pop over here to Zeraxil and do that as well. And then Karak Buftar, and then, you know, we'll have Elspeth on one side a little bit, and then even if they move in here, we'll be able to pop down here and eliminate, you know, maybe these vampires. That shouldn't be too tough. Indeed. He started to see that maybe the rats weren't... That maybe that's were the worst, and maybe the dwarves weren't quite so bad in comparison. You know, he doesn't say that around Drycha, because she doesn't want to hear that maybe the dwarves aren't so bad, but it's true. Maybe they're not. I said maybe, Drycha. Don't kick me out of the forest. And here we get another Glade Captain recruit. We get the highest level of walls, which is very, very good for us. And here, this is good because it lets you, like, see if anybody is sneaking around. Hidden armies get revealed. Yep, you know, our growth is not, like, amazing, but we've got the faction thing, Athel Loren health, and then, you know, a little bit from here. So it's basically, like, twice as much growth as you would normally expect. Alright, so now we can recruit who to sort out this army. Bats and a bear. Yeah, it's too many treekin, but we want to trade Drycha, but of course we won't find Drycha until she loops around. But he can just move right here. He can teleport to this side. No, we'll just move him in the front. We'll be smart. Well, smart-ish. Because we know that Ikit is very much on the back foot here. Hey, Valurple. Wow. Thank you for this the folks drop off. Welcome to the stream, guys. And yes, I will try to have a good time for the rest of it. The campaign is going all right. We're bouncing back a little bit. Ikit is, you know, on the back foot, but you know Ikit, he doesn't stay down for too long. He's only got 10 settlements, so that's 7 we've knocked out, and we burned Skavenblight down a little bit. Hello, Esteban. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Valurpol said that he sent some people over. Very cool, very cool. Welcome to the stream. We'll try to do something interesting soon, like end of the turn. Scrag the Slaughterer wants an arrangement. He's a defensive ally with Clan Moors. He's at war with some of our enemies. I don't really think we want to have trade with him. Chant is in forced march stance here? No, he wouldn't have walked yet. Yeah, there we go. Ikit Claw is inside of Athel Loren now, and I'm an idiot. How did he get there? He was at Karak Buftar and went over? Oh, actually, this isn't so bad. We can just auto-resolve it, right? Because he's only got 10 units. Can we just auto-resolve it? He ran! He ran! Well, now we're going to have reinforcements. Now he definitely isn't going to get away with it. Thilvakas, the hero. We lose a bunch of forest spirits. Look, I could have done the fight, but then I probably would have lost, like, everything. I'm really bad. No. Fundamentally, like, a 10 stack against an army of this size is not, like, interesting to me to play out. Grab a Dark Heart. Can't ever say no to a Dark Heart. But getting rid of Ikit is good. Higher research rate's pretty solid too, and of course the fears of the spirits of the forest relentlessly return. We're gonna jump over here. We're gonna assume that this is safe. Maybe it's gonna be dumb, and we're gonna sell Karakazor to Elspeth, and by sell I mean give it to her for her good opinions. Non-aggression and trade and money. And now we can trade her Zvorik. No. Grimhold. I own Grimhold? Is that Heathland? Well, obviously we can't give her Heathland if she's not our ally yet. Obviously. We don't have very more turns of this before we have to start making money again. Do we just think we can take this Karak without dying with this army? And then we can move Drycha over in this direction. It's a gamble. This army's fine, though. We've already beaten so many of their strong armies. We'll just assume we can do it. Craft Dark. Oh, you're right. What a waste. Well, you know, we can move back down to defend, and that'll be okay. We trade him Montfort, and we'll trade him the Heathland, but we've got to have the Alliance. We've got to have the Alliance, buddy. Yeah! Boom, baby. We have secured an alliance with Bretonnia. Are Festus and Throttle with each other? Oh god, I hope so. Nope. They are trading partners. Festus has no wars except Elspeth and Clan Angrid, and it looks like he don't have much land either. He's got Heimgart and Uberstrike and nothing. One other thing somewhere. Well, he's still, you know, a menace. Weak as he is. Can't ever count old Festus out. Man, we do not have very more returns of money. Hopefully Durthu won't get killed here. Yeah. Yeah, sure, whatever, man. Eltharion the Grim wants to be my friend? Alright. Alright. Very well, I accept. You wrapped up an 11-hour stream? Nice, nice. Yeah, I did like a 10, 11-hour stream the other day, and at the end I was just like, whoa. When's the last time I ate anything that wasn't a Pringle? Slake our thirst. Boom, get big replenishment. We've got these little world root problems. Of course, right now, all the Heathlands under our control, so like... Huh. Huh. I mean... Huh. It's like, because you get -8 when you're at the big... When you're at the very highest, you get natural decline that increases when you're in these bars. But we've already cured 2 forests. So that takes care of the natural decline. So basically, if we hold on to this Heathland, we'll be able to restore the Oka Ages. Which, will, you know, be pretty good. And they weren't here. I was going off the Skaven corruption when we just established, not very long ago in the stream, that you could just, you know, look. Alright, so defense or attack? Or missile damage? Well, you know what I believe. Attack! Skin of the Woods, there's nothing like it. It's real good. 20% ward save to a unit that you want to use is very nice indeed. Because even against, like, Skaven, it'll take them a little while to get through a Treekin. Because the Treekin are considerably hardier than the Tree Men are. Well, it depends. Alright, so that is what the Empire looks like. It looks pretty rough. There's... The Van Heimlanes took over Couronne. Oh, rough stuff. Well... Hordred Vergus. Oh man, this army is pretty nasty. We're not making enough to support our troops. We have got to get into a war, or we have got to get rid of some armies. But I don't want to start a war with these guys. Alright, by Eversonic. Alright, so these guys could declare on us. They might not. They could. If we just turn on down... Alright, so I gotta stop worrying about what this horde to the north might do. Right now, Daith being here is fine for him. And we'll just, yeah, we'll just press Ikit in the south, and then as we get to Athel Loren, we'll scale down an army or two, maybe. Oak of Ages levels up to 3. Now we go to 4. Good stuff. And then, of course, that'll help out the magical forest as well. It's all connected. We are just spending money casually, even though I keep on talking about how we're broke. We don't want to give away Castle Carcassonne yet, because we're hoping for... Yeah. We're going to have to raise Bordelot and hope for some money from it. Miao Ying, you want military access? Yeah, that's fine, right? Because what's she going to use it for? To go underneath my land and form up stuff there? Well, I mean, yeah, she's not gonna backstab me. Probably, she likes me. We actually could get a defensive alliance out of her for the low price of 16,000. Let's just give her military access and see where this goes from here. No, I should remember the lessons of the past. Don't get in a military alliance with people on the other side of the world from you, because then they're going to raid your caravans. I was just playing Yonbo before this. Just playing. It was the other day. Alright, so we will take a little bit of leadership. They have injured by Branch Wraith. Feels bad. A little bit more front line here. And we're going to assume that they're there. Even if they aren't, that'll be fine to take, and then we can sell it to Elspeth next turn, because we're going to sell her correct Bufdar right now, unless we can sell it to... Hey, yeah, there we go. We even make him pay a little bit for a non-aggression pact. Look, I like Belegar. I'm not going to taunt him about it. I, as Drycha, don't love him, but I, the person in front of you, quite like Belegar. I like him a lot. It makes me sad that we had to confederate Durthu, but look, I'll do what I have to do. That I had to confederate Durthu. I had to confederate Durthu by attacking Belegar. Teleporting to save the Oak of Ages and or get Durthu into my faction. Which I'm so glad there's like a quest for. What a good high elf. High elf. The highest of elves are those that live in the forest. Alright, so do we try to deal with these little forest encounter things now? Oh, it's a huge dwarf force. Oh no, look at all this stuff in the air. Oh no, can I just auto it? Yeah. Alright. Oh, how did we even do this? You know, why don't we just save it? I'll like revert and auto. I'm a bad person, but like, how do we even do this? We would just lose? We would arrow a Kernusum and try to make them press the fight. And then shoot up their gyros with our 1 archer. Try to attack their air force of 6 with our 3. Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll work. Oh, and they'll have a Slayer leader. That'll be fun. Like, alright, one's on horseback, that's not so great, but it might be okay for this. Like, yeah, because the Glade Rider will just come over here and get her shot up really badly. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. That'll be hot on the streets. Excellent. We'll just get her shot up very badly. That'll be great. Alright, we'll do 2 stacks of beaters. 1 and 2. There's a Kernus onto the cannon. Taking out 1 model, you know, better than nothing. And we get a Grudge Thrower model as well. Alright, so we can... Now, the Waystalker needs to be a little more hardy or careful about it, since they can shoot her up. And if we draw the Air Force in over here, far away from the cannons, we can dive them with... you know, potentially dive them. All right, so of course we're about to get shot up really bad by this Air Force. We're not really elves, you know. We just dress like them. Do I have any magic that'll stop the air? No, we don't have like. Don't have a Heaven's Caster to speak of. At least we got the trees, right? And I do have my. Yeah, well, actually, these our heroes are doing really good work against gyros. I guess like the specific kind of fire that the heroes do. You know, arrows don't normally do great against people. All right, gyro bombers here. And the Glade Guard are going to get bombing run. Run away, run away! Hey, we didn't get bombing ranned. I thought they were going for us. They were going for us, and actually it doesn't go too well. Good, good. Alright, now we're just going to throw this on the Grudge Raker, and this one onto this one too, I guess. Alright, actually the hero's doing fairly well. We need to get into the trees, though, because the Gyro Bomber is quite good at sniping targets. She's small, Othiode is, the Waystalker, but that doesn't mean we need to be getting shot up for free. Nothing means we need to be getting shot up for free. Let's go ahead. Loop around the back there. In here, they have, like, a lot of shooting on the ground, which is also why we don't want to, like, get our Air Force engaged too much. Oh, man, that's a lot of damage. Of course, they all do have little bombs, the gyros do. And now, shooting into Slayers is just about as good as it gets for us, because we're going to have to deal with Slayers. The Giant Slayers are even worse, but I don't know where they are at. So, I say that's as bad as it gets, you know. Actually, getting shot at for free is pretty bad, too. Well, the Air Force being super far away didn't help. This unit's getting shot up entirely for free. The Glade Captain on horseback getting charged by the single worst thing in the game, Giant Slayers. So, in conclusion, we don't have anything to beat the Giant Slayers, and we are about to lose everything. I'm going to charge him with bears. You know what's not good against Giant Slayers? Bears. I got Wildwood Rangers over here. You know what they're really good against? Slayers. You know what they're fighting? Thunderers, I guess. Ay. Fortunately, I got like 40,000 HP of Treemen, and that probably will let us get away with this stupidity. Probably. Backfield dive worked just fine. The cannons are firing in, but that's not going to work forever. Backfield dive actually working really well here. Wild Hunters of Kernus, can we get them over here for some damage? Because, like, every one of their leaders is going to just be feasting now. All their Slayers are going to be doing great. Oh, that's right. These guys have a spell. These guys have, like, bound spells. They have bound flesh to stone. That'll be good. Who's getting hit? Let's give you bound flesh to stone, buddy. Longbeard's chasing after us. We just need to get, yeah, because the thing about Demon Slayers is they're strong. I think this guy's just level 1. They're strong, but they're not like automatically strong. They gotta have a little bit of setup going on. The Treeman beating going down. And of course, the level 1 Slayer, yeah, he's got that big bonus of charge. It's probably, what, like 30, 25? Yeah. But, importantly, 5 monsters is a very tall order for anybody to deal with, unless they're Skaven and can just shoot you off of the map. Because even Giant Slayers that are good at dealing with giants, that's a lot of giants. Of course, over here, this group of Longbeards and Slayers just absolutely shows why Longbeards are better than all of the things that you have access to. Of course, we could have used either of these for stats. We didn't. Of course, these are also War Dancers, Azrai Spears. and my archers aren't even shooting into the slayers. So it's a lot of things going on there. pretty bad stuff. Our hero's entirely out of ammo, and now we have to wait and get shot by the things that are there. No, let's charge a couple of our guys in here. Did we kill their lord yet? Yeah. If only I had infinite ammo on these guys. But we'll break them before too long. They'll get army lost and/or we'll kill all the guys on the ground. That's also why I have these guys going over to the Slayers, because we know that we have to kill all of the Slayers. And then we'll just get shot by our treemen with by flamethrowers in the air, which is essentially everything that Drycha hates about dwarves. In one. Not that she's here. You know, it goes alright. I'm like, no one gets any value. There's no value to get anywhere. Oh, no, that's not fair. 2k on the Wild Riders of Cronus. Probably just in that infantry blob fight that I left them in. You know, if I was good enough to cycle charge cavalry, the world would be a different place. Yeah, you know, I should have taken the auto. Now we lose a couple RORs, but, like, if I fight that battle again, then I just have to get shot up all over again by that Air Force. Feels bad. Alright, well, at least that's that. So for right now, the northern flank is secured with Slaanesh cultists and other Norskins and Chaos and Wulfric the Wanderer. So super secure. Good. Very good. Yikes. Alright, well, we have got a siege to do. Okay, okay. Fortunately, it looks like the walls are already breached, so that's very nice. Of course, we know the most dangerous thing in any map is Skaven towers. It's even more dangerous than rattling guns. Yeah, one of the last good ones. I remember this siege map so well, because this was where I was Ikit Claw and lost to Durthu long ago, ages ago, years and years and years ago. But I must have retried that battle 3 or 4 times. There were all these Wood Elves coming in, and I was trying to do it, and then, man, Durthu always just came in. It was like my last settlement, and he burned it down. I'm a bad player. Alright, so How can we be far enough away from these towers that we don't get shot by any? Over here? Oh, yeah, look at that. We've already got wall breaches here. Come to that. Because we could just try to bum rush it, right? What's the worst that could happen? We could restart if it ends up looking very dumb. But, you know... Oh, wow! What's the worst that could happen? I could leave all my guys on the other side. Oh, they don't even have the good towers. Never mind. No, they do. Okay, well, in conclusion, the worst that could happen is that we'll immediately rematch it because I forgot to move my army over there. Smart. I'm a general. Anyway, one more time with feeling. Of course, they're arrayed quite differently now. So if I drop this summon right here on the Rattling Guns... Oh yeah, good stuff. There's the one. Hopefully they'll run away. And now we'll get charged by the Doom Flayers, but if we just get a Rattling Gun off with that summon, and then we charge this character inexplicably in, just like real lacking explications... And then that'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just go right in to the wall. Befuddlement of mischiefs, these folks. So, oh yeah, you know, that's what we should have been doing. Oh yeah, the net. That ability I didn't use had a net. Drop a Pit of Shades. Just dropping the base, hitting the abilities. Let's hurt everybody. Muster Malevolence on the Doom Wheel. Oh, Curdle's coming for that Doom Wheel now. Alright, so Rattling Guns sort of en route over on that direction. That's alright. We're going to go ahead and move up here now that we can get inside without getting shot off the wall. Alright, where's the other trouble? Oh, here it is. Well, fortunately, they were actually... So, I actually probably shouldn't have even summoned onto them, because these fools are helping me more than they're ever going to hurt me. You know, just Skaven things, right? This one tree man is probably going to be able... You know, let's get Drycha over there. Like, this one tree man's probably going to be able to get a little bit of assistance here. Charge the Black Hole Flares. Alright, so... Big Flock of Doom. Big Dwellers Below. Yeah. Huge Dwellers Below. We'll just drop that on this blob and hopefully just put all of the work in there. Oh yeah, the summon. I forgot. I should have remembered the summon can do that. Yeah. So the summon not only ended the reign of that person there, but it can take land. The summons can. So Anyway, this warlord Toxide shows up, but warlord of what? Ain't 8 peaks, ain't anywhere prestigious. Toxide is the warlord of getting punched. We're gonna drop a stone thing there. Nope, it's too far away. Do I have to have line of sight for it? No, there we go. That'll be a great place for it. They won't be able to run, and then we'll drop this Pit of Shades. And that Storm Vermin blob is getting really, really tuned up. Feels good. Couronne and Drycha sitting hand in hand here, dealing with these enemies. In the back, Warfire Throwers feasting a little bit. We're just going to keep on charging up. This Dryad unit probably is going to be able to beat all of this trash all in a row. We're going to go ahead and summon on the back block. Maybe the Rattling Guns would have been better, but we're going to summon on the back block there just to mess up any of their things. We're just going to go ahead and drop this. An Assault of Stone right on our heads, and then Drycha's going to punch people. And hit a Pit of Shades right there. Oh, we never came inside. Ha! You know, these Weight Watchers would be real good on that wall. Of course, this army is very hardy. In this army, the elite tree can have 40 missile resist, 36 phys resist, and 20 ward save. So, you can often, even with the fire damage from Skaven, sort of forget about them for a bit and be sort of okay. Bam, we take that one. I'm just gonna go take the back ejective then. You can't break my style, can't hold me down. Flock of Doom casting. I say you just get shot up, but so that's like a full volley from a Warfire Thrower, which is an anti-large Doombringer team, and even then, that whole volley is only doing like several hundred. That's a juiced up weapon team with 48 models. This is like a special Ikit Claw weapon team, and we were still able to get away with it. They'll retake that one, but this'll, you know, this'll help. We'll knock down the towers and stuff. We're just getting totally shot up. Of course, Rattling Gun fire suppresses you too, which is incredibly annoying. We're going to Doombolt these guys. Maybe that'll help. You know, it helped a little bit. Man, I am so bad. Because, you know, we were doing fine. And now, I mean, we're still doing fine. It's just, it's funny because... You know, how much better we could be doing if we were in possession of a brain somehow. Oh, and now they're chasing these people all the way over here. That's good. Well, we'll, oh my god. Please, please walk. So the thing about sieges is that it makes your people act very smart. Just incredibly smart. Hey, and then we get in on him here. Drives onto the halberds, but it's like also sometimes you'll be chasing a skirmisher and not notice it because, you know, you're you, or in this case, me, you know. Of course, like always, if you are me, I'm sorry. The world never should have done that to you. It's bad enough there's one of us. Mortar level missile immunity. Yeah, or like that one of their leaders on the bell with, you know, before we beat him down, he had the 23 ward save and 50% missile resist. Just disgusting. Just disgusting. Drycha gets distracted. Looks like we army lost him. Alright. So we just need to get a big heal on Curdle here. before we finish it up. Just like one regrowth on him, right? Because unfortunately he doesn't come with regeneration. Who knows why? Were they afraid they'd make him too good? Cowards. Cowards! But one regrowth will set him to rights and give him, you know, just like many thousands of hit points. And now, after this, we should be good. Because, of course, we're going to be raising this for the money. We need a big old money block. Drycha with 4k value. Of course, she had some pit shades and she was bumping and grinding and punching too. Curdle with 3,700, you know. Some of the treatment do alright? Maybe. Not really all in the heroes. 35k, you know, not bad. That'll let us do a couple more runs. But, you know, compared to how things had been, this is practically fine. You know, we've got our 400 range health there, so I think that, you know, makes all of our armies cheaper. Yeah, 20% upkeep for all armies. So, good stuff. Getting to level 3 here, getting that. Another branch wraith. Who's on block 1 gets taken care of. It depends on what these chaos forces are doing in front of us, but I assume, all other things being equal, we go and bloody Clan Molder's Nose and then regenerate this tree, both to get revenge for Griffinwood. We're not going to like recolonize it or anything, but just to show them what's what, you know, and to chip that one out of the way. But, you know, if Skarsnik declares war, you know, it just sort of depends on what somebody does to us after this happens. But if everything is fine, then we'll just go and attack the elves. But, you know, I think probably everything won't be fine. I think they won't let us have such a luxury. And before long, we'll be having to take this land back and give it to him again, probably. But hey, you know, you do what you gotta do. Oh, that... So, we have Jerthu's army, and then we have, you know, the defending this land army. I think... Because if we can, like... Even if we give him a Heathland, right? For a non-aggression pact, like, Gelt won't break it, right? And then we just won't have to worry about defending this at all. And move him out. It feels bad to not defend your land at all. I just feel like, you know, that nobody here in Cathay is going to mess with us. Because we don't need, like, Durthu. We need Durthu and Drycha, and then we need one army to sit in the Oak of Ages and defend in case somebody squirrely comes. We don't want the oak getting burned down, you know, obviously. We don't want the oak getting burned down. So probably this Thilvakas the imposter. And then maybe Tolturian as well. And where's the money coming from in these armies? Durthu's is only 1,700. This guy's is 2k. Okay, so this army's the expensive one. Oh, because I'm paying 300 for these RORs that don't do any work. Ah, well, that's why. Yeah. One level we can travel the world routes. Yeah, we'll do that. Bum ba da bum 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 bum. Alright, that'll pay off in 14 turns. It'll give us slightly more casualty replenishment and slightly more growth. Let's not. Oh no, we might as well. We're not going to lose it. We're not going to lose it. We are dancing on the razor's edge of practicality, but maybe it'll all work out. Alright, so we've got one more point here. Because the last one we want to send to Mentor. So do we take Earthing to Magical Reserves, a couple more casualty points? No, she's already got such huge... I mean, the drop rate's fine, but... Canopy? Oh, the other levels do missile stream through and ambushes? That's pretty fun. Yeah, I guess we'll just, blah. Not know what to do. Magical Reserves is fine, I suppose. Lewin's making himself useful. We'll be able to sell him some more stuff soon enough. And of course, you know, he's the leader of Bretonia. He's doing so good. Dorothy's gonna go take Zaraxil, and then Drycha will probably pop back over to Skavenblight and make sure that it is taken care of. And then from there, we'll be able to sweep the Skaven up the other way into our reinforcing armies from that side. Cetra, who, again, is just shocking that he's doing well. I never, ever see anybody down there do good unless they're evil. The Southlands is quite the bowl of misery. Tenuous Wood Elf truths, mainly for the roleplay. Yeah, baby. There we go. There's our military alliance with Elspeth. Wonderful stuff. Alright, so Elspeth is, you know, she's not in amazing shape. Does she even have Nuln? I don't think so. Yeah, no, because Nuln's like right here, here. Where's Nuln? Nuln's right there. She doesn't have it. She's level 30 though, so if I had this character, I could already beat the game. Elspeth on her dragon is a very different proposition than anybody else in the game. Oh, you've never seen him survive? Yeah, you know, it's, now that you bring it up. He does not seem to do so well, you know. They moved his starting location, and it didn't do so hot for him. Yeah, this force of evil to the north, yeah. Serena Sigabald is over here with the army of peasants and spearmen. Who knows what she's doing over there, not me. A large number of random Skaven armies is around. So Toxer's here. He's got rattling guns and warp grinders. Pustich, we haven't seen him. This is a dude on a doom wheel with 360-degree missile block chance, and that, like, can I get this item? Will it let me steal this item from him? I sure would like to have it. I would love to put this armor on a tree man. Hey, we got another forest spirit. Excellent. See, this is what we need. This is actually really what we need. Is just more forest spirits. This army needs another hero, so we can put forest spirits in it. Because I know she doesn't have one. Well, you know, remembering that we were trying to stay a little out for ambush would have been good. It's alright. Drycha can win these fights. Drycha can beat these people. I don't know if there's any more for them to fight against us with. I don't think so. Helvokus, if we just move him this way, because we're about to send in reinforcements there. And Bitterbark, we'll move him like here into ambush with a bunch of trees, and hopefully we'll be able to fool them into. Either they'll move up to Drycha and then this guy will be able to mop them up, or, you know, they'll move somewhere else, maybe you can get a hit, you know. We're going to try to get some value out of them. Drycha hits level 50. A defensive alliance. See, I'm not going to do this because they can't help me, right? Well, Archaon's right there. So what would this do? It would get me into a war with Archaon. It would get me into a war with all the people that he doesn't like. And he's not going to attack me. I don't think. We're going to be fighting the forces of chaos all around the world for a super long time. Maybe for the rest of our lives. So, should be fine. These heroes pop out at us. Would keep Gelb off my mouth permanently. Yeah. Alright, let's see if this bites us. Whoa. One guy in ambush, one guy in camp. One guy just trespassing all over the place. Oh, and now they're cool with us? Oh, they like the dwarves. Alright, so Daith is cool with... No, they're mad about the dwarves. They like Whistling and Nuln. So all of them are happy when I'm friendly with the humans and stuff. And they like the gifts to Couronne. And I'm happy to have a non-aggression pact with them because, after all, Durthu's the one in charge of making these choices now. The wild guy, yes. I almost did forget. Alright. This war is going crazy. We have just got to keep on with it. 7k for the raise. the Skaven aren't going to get it again. This buys us 1 turn, but if we give it to Elspeth, this will be a place that's far from our current enemies. Yeah, seems fine. And we'll just keep on grabbing bats. They'll keep on dying, and that is okay. That is the breaks. Raise them seed cell. Yeah. Because even if you just, like, sack them and take them, like, you're not going to get anywhere near as much as you would have wanted. Alright. So I'm thinking, I'm like, man, you know, what if you made really good friends with the Empire, then you could get, like, a Hellstorm rocket battery. Like, maybe if I get a military alliance with Cathay, then I can get Grand Cannons. Those were good. Because I never think about, like, the good parts of having alliances. To me, an alliance in this game is always like, and then they'll take care of that area. But I often don't think of the other benefits. Hey, 6K, not bad. Actually, yeah, that ends up being fine, right? Because you get the 6K for it. I mean, I guess maybe we could have sold it. That would have taken another turn, though. Still, not terrible. Not great. Not terrible, either. And Elspeth now has more of a foothold over here. And, of course, like, if she gets pushed back there, then we'll just be able to take all of this and give it to her, too, you know? These Aranessa and such, like, look, she hasn't done anything to us, but she's got a negative 220, so I don't really think she's going to stay cool for too long. That guy runs all the way over there. This guy... Big stealthy tree boys, just being stealthy. And of course, like, yeah, they're taking attrition because I'm here. Now, can Drycha get here and then there? Well, we can just hit this one. I should have done that first and made him run away, and then these guys could have maybe caught him. Alas. Maybe they wouldn't have caught him. Aha, so Ikit Claw is here. Oh, and he's got a Doom Rocket. Okay, so he's got another nuke. What we need to do is very, very cleverly make him use it. The way to do this is... I'm not sure. We'll see. We could lightning strike it, go in, and then try to manipulate it on the attack. Because if he's going to have a rocket right here, then fighting this whole army and worrying about the rocket and Ikit Claw will be worse. So because if we just do the thing where they can't see us very well, and it doesn't look like we're gonna have anywhere to to be hidden far away here, but we'll just try to summon onto the warp lightning cannons and hope that he nukes his own troops again. Like, why won't it let me drag? There. Alright, so the branch rays go down, and they cast like the ball of brass doom, and there's the warp lightning. We do shatter the warp lightning cannons. And now we're just shooting the rattling guns, because if we get a couple models off, then that'll be good. Do I just charge Drycha up? Can they even kill her? I mean, probably not. It would make her mad if they tried. Alright, boom, there we go. The Lost Sylvan Knights get nuked. It's not the worst thing that could happen. It only hits them. They have 10 models left, and they'll get better. They have 30 models left because all it did was ruin their HP. Alright, yeah, fine. Good stuff. Really, realistically, as good as it could have gone. And it's like, all right, now that the nuke's gone, it's time to have a party. Doesn't even kill him. Yeah, you know, a nuke wants you to be all tied up in a big block, but the game doesn't, like, it would just be so devastating if they coded it to be, you know, we're gonna net them. If they coded it to just be like a little harder to do, you know, like, use it if in this radius of, you know, 50 meters there's 5,000 gold of value or whatever. You know, just little things. But, you know, it's not like I'd be that much happier if they allowed my foe to be better at fighting me. Alright, we're getting tuned up here. Tormentor Sword. Charge the Mutant Rat Ogre. Curdle's having a party. We're just going to muster a Malevolence here. Hit the Potion of Strength. Grab Colossal Strike. Hit the Blighted Terrors. Try to nuke this Hell-Pitted Abomination's leadership real quick. And then pop in here on the Warlock Master. Oh, yeah, there we go. Breaking a break. Clean. Yeah, that's the key. You know, what you need are ghosts that ride on large elk, and that is the way to fight against the nuclear power of the rat. And it's just so wonderful with these summons not disappearing, because you can deal with such huge numbers of an opposing army. It really makes a 1v1 incredibly unfair. Not like they're ever fair. You're a person, right? I mean, I'm a person, presumably. I assume you are too. So if you're playing, you know, like against a computer, and it's not chess, then you should probably be able to figure it out. No, I kid. There's plenty of games where the AI is much better than I am. Like this one. She's fighting storm vermin with halberds, just where she wants to be. Her ability is up to 21%, 22%. It'll put her like all the way over 1k weapon damage. And of course, the rest of the army will be hysterically strong in the event that that happens. Coming in for that big ol' 300 damage with the bonus versus large. It'll connect to help. It doesn't have a lot of armor. Normally, if you have a bunch of AP values, that's good. And if you have anti-large, that's good. But they normally don't give them to you together unless it's like a halberd unit or something. But there we go. The nuke gets neutralized. Neutralized. That's not what anybody says about nukes. They've been neutralized. Oh god, we better not start saying that. So what we need to do is trade 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of these Dryad units out for another Treeman and, I don't know, like some Hawks or something? Just something to be more aggressive against these Skaven armies, you know, in case this strategy doesn't work. No, it'll keep working. We blow up the nuke. Ikit Claw's here. Of course, we cannot get his trait. Drycha's already full of traits that suck. Some of them are good. Some of them are good. Auto that and that. And of course here we'll have a fair fight against Ikit. You know, in a manner of speaking. 2 Glade Captains, yeah. And they have the added benefit of being able to use items, you know. Because the one is, like, unspottable stock because of all of that. But the other one, you know, the other one could be very useful, too. And we have our funny army design like last time. We can basically do the same thing again. Only the hero block's gonna be there, and wherever Ikit goes, we will follow. It's so wonderful that they don't even make you, like, work for the summon. Like, a lot of factions that give you a sweet summon ability, you know, you gotta wait, you gotta do whatever thing. Probably should have done the Heirs of Kernus onto the Marauders, but I was thinking, let's just get some damage in. All these ranged units are bad. And, of course, their leadership... Their clan rats are coming into this battle with 21 leadership on the spears. 15 on the Skaven slaves. You know, even Ikit Claw has only 50 because of the massive, massive decline that our other abilities have given. And before long, we'll have another summon. It feels so good. And this Glade Lord is just a total menace. Let's tune up some Rat Ogres, shall we? Because we could just have the Way Watchers deal with the other the remaining horsemen. The skirmish cav isn't that good against me. It would be if I didn't have one single unit that could deal with them. But actually, we can just... Where's the skirmish cav? Here's the skirmish cav. Like, I bet if we just get on top of them there... Nope, it doesn't work. Almost did. Really a hilarious battle. Just, of course, like, because we pop in, you start routing a little bit, and then all of the other Skaven slaves just start routing too, because of course they do. And then the heroes show up. Pit of Shades followed up with a huge Dwellers Below on the other side. Why? Because excess. Because excess is fun. It's totally excessive. We're using it on a bunch of trash units. It's probably definitely a waste of wins. So what? Who cares? You only have a battle like this once. Look at him charging in. That's going to go well for him. I bet they won't have to run away in fear in 4 seconds as they just immediately tear her out. As they all just immediately tear her out. Oh yeah, get wrecked. Of course, their whole army's in full rout, and now Ikit wants to brawl. And now he can't run. Now yous can't leave. And, you know, it's hard to deal with Ikit, but if you have this many guys beating on him, it ain't that hard. Treemen are uniquely situated by virtue of being trees to really hit him. And we hit a Tormentor Sword. Now he can't run at all. And I'm pretty sure we're going to army loss him soon. There we go. Ikit Claw gets shattered with 3k HP left. What a beatdown. Yeah, you only have a 60th battle once per campaign. Exactly. Hey, putting on a clinic. Finally playing like you're supposed to play. 0 losses, look at that. I mean, sure, he didn't have anything to speak of. But, I mean, 2, this is... You know, this is what winning a war in Total War looks like. You know, you very, very gradually... Oh, never mind, I was not... maxed. Huh. Hail of Doom Arrow. Where did that come from? The Fang of Talroth. That's Drycha's thing. I'm like, that's not where it came from. Let's just fuse some stuff. Dawnstone is bury your hit points. That's not good enough. Hail of Doom Arrow. So that is some kind of thing. But the enchanted item on her is the one that gives her the infinite ammo, so... Oh, this can only go on a Glade Lord or a Waystalker, I see. So, let's find a Waystalker and put it on them. Dirthu's got his talisman. We'll give her her talisman of preservation and an armor of silvered steel. That'll give her 70 armor, quite better than she's got right now. And we net another talisman of preservation, which we will give to Thilvacus the Wild, my man. No, to this one. No, the Deepwood Branch gives you ammo, missile resistant woodsman. Actually, on her, the missile resistant might be better than the talisman. That's not true. Why would that ever be true? Falls Anvil Smith for Dirthu. You never know who needs one. Alright. Getting our guys much better than before. This orc, hopefully we'll be able to pop him. You know, I don't want to deal with this nonsense from him. We'll choose whichever the worst of these armies is soon. No, this guy's going to trade some stuff with Drycha, and then he'll move up and start colonizing up there. If we give you Castle Carcassonne, because the longer we delay with that, the worse, right? Because, I mean, he's having big problems. I don't think he's gonna lose that because of what I did, but he might. Alright, so there's no defender left at home, but we've got a lot of people very close to home, and Dirthu's coming back up around before too long, so that is okay. It's okay. We are negative 9k with 140 in the bank. It's not the end of the world to be at like 15 turns, but yeah, it's... Hey-yo, there we go. The enemy failed to spot our ambush. Well, you know what that means. You only get the 90th successful ambush once in a campaign, after all. Drycha Cassandra Estalia, yes. He is welcomed to Estalia, gentleman. Which is honestly far better than I thought this might have gone. You know, there were some big hiccups, but Sylvania's gone, though. It's gonna be Chaos Dwarfs before long, and I'm gonna be eating my words that I wanted to fight Skaven. After all, Skaven are low leadership. They run. Alright, so if we ditch those over, we don't want another Waste Talker, we want another Glade Lord. And you could just take whatever Forest Spirit that flies. We don't really need a flyer in her army, though. I say we just stick to the... Yeah. It'll be five treemen, counting Curdle. It'll be 5 aspects of tree kin, 5 dryads, and then the 2 smaller ones. So that'll be like a nice... We'll have like 5 blocks of 1-on-1 if we want, you know. Because really what we need is treekin in the front with the treemen behind, and then dryads in the tertiary reserve where they can go and get spears if they're in them. Now Drycha's army is much better, and we managed to achieve some of our goals with army composition without getting rid of elite dryads and while preserving them, so that's good. How long till we heal Athel Loren? Oh, just a few turns. It's plus 9 per turn, so 52. Yeah, just 6 turns, and then we'll be good. Yeah, but then we can take the old the Cypress wisdom, and that vigor loss reduction will very much help for the melee infantry too, I think. Or I hope it will. Alright, so... And then let's give this guy a little bit more of a balanced army also. So he's got regular treemen, which stinks. But we'll get a couple of these in here and give this fellow decent archers, but leave bitter bark with the better ones. And then hand across what? A hawk? Yeah, here's a nice hawk, buddy. Having regular treemen just feels super bad because the malevolence are dramatically better. I say dramatically better. They are a lot better. Aren't they different? Maybe they're not different at all. I think maybe I just get like special abilities for some. And maybe they're the exact same. I thought they were different. Yeah, well, they appear to have equivalent stats. Frenzy. It's Frenzy. I'm like, they have to be better. I know they're better. It's Frenzy. And Vanguard. Okay, I'm like, that's what it is. Well, regular treatment get Vanguard, but at least I think they all do. But yeah, that's where it is. The Frenzy. Frenzy, one of the best abilities in the game. It's super good. You know, increasing your melee by 20% essentially. 10 attack is usually about 20% melee efficiency. Although the exact specifics do vary. No, he should probably go home because he doesn't really have anything to do out here. Willow, because it's always Willow. Willow's the best. Used to have a druid in World of Warcraft named Willow once upon a time. I didn't name her that. It was very complicated. Long ago, like, traded an account for another account because I didn't want to play priest anymore. You weren't allowed to. I did it anyway. Bonuses for healing the enemy, campaign victory in Ember. Yeah, because I don't even think it lets you. I mean, and also that it's a permanent. The tree's permanently there, because that's the real bonus of any of these, right? Is that your 500 thing is secured. So really what you get is 20% lower upkeep for the rest of the game. And growth. But really it's the upkeep. And that's why doing this is the madman. Because you get that sorted out and then you can just screw off anywhere and things are going to be pretty cheap. Because the victory conditions are... The short one is you just got to have, you know, the stuff and then... kill some things, but the long one you've got to do 8 healing rituals, so you know, more than half of the ones on the map. And then the battles for the oak, which I think are like against like a quest battle against beastmen, I think, if memory serves. It usually does for this kind of thing. Oh, Carcassonne, we probably should have saved it. I was saving it that whole time for the sack bonus, and I forgot. Long victory sounds unlikely. Yeah, I quite agree. Long victory for the whole empire. Yeah, that's super bad. Skaven victory conditions used to be bonkers. They might still be. You basically had to get, like, a whole bunch of Skaven settlements, and, yeah, I don't have any problem with the character. I do have a problem with his name. I think it was a poor choice. I dislike it, not least because I think the character is a fascinating idea and very cool, but I don't want to, like, you know, it sounds weird. It's just like, it feels gross to say his name over and over again. One of Ikit's is don't be at war. That's so funny. Like, you know the thing you want to do, don't do it. Alright, so here, we're in some danger. We're just gonna do it and trust that we're fine. I think he's so far on the back foot from these wars that he's gonna be rebuilding, like, right now. And anyway, we know we just popped Ikit in, like, 3 or 4 armies up here. He can't have too much left, right? Right? He can't. Can he? He's got 3 settlements. He's got 3. He can't have too much left. It's gonna be, what? Montanus and Merigliano. No, Merigliano's over here. I forget the name of this one. Margarita. Of course, we won't have too long to celebrate, given that things are about to get real squirrely up in here. But for now, the oak is, you know, it's improving. Everything is fine for now. Take Skavenblight as a trophy. Yeah, for sure. This is the jewel in our crown. Take Skavenblight so that when we go to sack Merigliano, 2,900. Well, that's worthless. You know, if we don't deal with those savage orcs, eventually they're going to declare war on us and stuff. Or on our friends. Neither one of those is ideal, but we are going to finish this Ikit war before we worry about... I'm always doing that in this game. I'm like, you know what? Why don't I prosecute against the people I hate? I'm like, you know, why don't you wait like 3 more turns and settle down? Eltharion the Grim wants a defensive alliance? What? You must be losing. The idea of Batman knocking on Drycha's door, be like, this world needs a dryad like you to be a hero. And you're like, yeah, sure, buddy, absolutely, wizard. That's me. That's me, Drycha the Polite, they all call me. Alright, why am I doing that? You get cheaper upkeep when you're in your own land. The oak doesn't have upkeep reduction on it. It's for your whole faction. So... Wargrave won't mulch for much on shoot you hard. Yeah, you know, depending on the overall context of the world at the time, you might get away with acting a little out of sorts, a little out of line. But of course, you don't really want to gamble on that when Drycha's involved. She can be very focused. Oh! Oh! Huh. I did not realize. You get... It's a special settlement. Overgrown Skavenblight. And it gives you 10% income faction-wide. Very cool. I mean, not that my income is significant. My building income is 440. And I think it would just be my income from buildings, but it might be all income from all buildings, yeah. So it'll be, you know, worth 400 a turn, which is way more than most Wood Elf lands is worth. Yeah, that's pretty sweet, huh? That's pretty good. That's Overgrown Skavenblight. Yeah, that's a trophy, all right. Sure, and it is. And Thilvakas the Wild gets his lightning strike. Of course, he has like largely a support army. We need to tweak it a little bit. Give him some tree men. I mean, sure, he's a tree man. With bonus versus infantry? Question mark? Did he beat Queek Headtaker or something? Oh, the Giant Blade. More times bonus. Yeah, it's definitely... It's so good at the beginning. I mean, you know, it's good now. It's just, you know, I don't have that many dryads. The growth for all provinces is pretty good too. I mean, it's not nothing at all. It's very solid. It matters less now that I have access to other, you know, growth improving things. All right, so against Bellicor, I mean, probably, right? Because dealing with Bellicor will... I mean, that's the worry in Bretonnia, and once we deal with that, then we can push out more, yeah. Be funny to see all the true loads for another another step. Yeah. And Durthu, I'm like, don't you have a sword, buddy? Don't you have one of those? I seem to remember reading about you having a big old sword. What's it called again? Oh yeah, there it is. It's in your hand. Durthu want my sword now. Durthu wants a sword. Alright, so if we fight against these fools, how is it gonna go? I mean, badly, probably. They're chaos, so... I mean, they'll be good in a stand-up fight, so are we. It'll just be a matter of force multipliers and bad decision-making. That'll rule the day. I mean, good decision-making. That's what I meant to say. Importantly, though, we are just a couple of turns from Tier 4 here. That's going to let us get our Treeman recruitment on this side of the map. And that'll be real good, because, of course, I am wasting some money here. When you pay 300 for Wardens and 113 for a Malevolent Treeman, is this Warden worth 3 Treemen? No, I need to actually... Wild Hunters Currents are a really good unit. So are these Enigmas. I'm getting rid of these elves, though. We're gonna put all of them back in the pool. Yeah, that's gonna save us like 1,000 a turn. And yeah, we'll put them all back in the pool, and we will get a couple Treekin, a couple of them to fill this army out, because that's still gonna save us a ton. And then we'll be able to recruit those RORs at a place that makes more sense when it's needed. And we have to awaken Athel Loren. Why not fight Throt and pretend chaos isn't a problem? Because if I need Bretonnia to do good, I need to deal with the guy that's actually actively taking their land. And Throt is Where? Oh, he's probably right here, huh? And also, like, even if we telly in to Griffin Wood, we gotta deal with, like, Skulltaker. It's not like... I don't even know if we can go and get to help it that easily. And really, because Bellicor only had, like, 5 settlements here, so I figured, hey, we could actually get rid of Bellicor. And, you know, we're getting up to Kadai, which is going to give us cheaper Lord of Life spells. Always feels good. Getting to Albion will be a pain. You know, maybe he doesn't even have land there. Never mind. I click on it and it immediately goes there. Yeah, because he's got 5 settlements right there and then the one on Albion, but... But we'll forgo to clear. I am. But if we don't do it, like, look what's happening here. Like, he's just going to run over all of this. Is this the final settlement? He's got 2. Okay. Tobalo? Tobaro. Nope. It's like, he can get there, and she can get there, but, well, we'll just see. If he can win this fight, he can't. It's got Chaos Warriors with great weapons. Oh, that's awesome. No, what? I didn't mean to hit that button. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Just go and withdraw. I don't know why I thought I was hitting the wait to fight button. Or the don't fight button. It sure wasn't. Alright, so they don't hit me with anything. I seem to remember always losing stuff in the past whenever I did that. Maybe it's artillery that you'll lose if you try to move it away from the battlefield. Oh, and then... Of course. Of course, now these guys are not interested in fighting. $43K, don't mind if I do. Should have taken Tobero to get the sack thing. You know, this is me making bad choices all over again. And then next turn we will deal with all of these jerks. All right, so man, this is rough. I'm getting ahead of myself again. I'm thinking about problems that don't technically exist yet. We just need to get these armies back to home so that our stronger armies can regroup and figure out what they're doing. And right now, we're only at -6 somehow. Oh, because Skavenblight finished. Man, that's, yeah, it's not bad at all. And it has 2 building slots? Wow! Wow! Well, actually, let's take the sack damage, because we're going to be hitting Merigliano before too soon, I bet. Drycha and the Indicate War. You know, yeah, it's, maybe I don't have a good gauge of how good I am at playing the game, and maybe I'm just not used to having you around giving me good advice, but I certainly thought we were going to lose the war. My performance in the few battles we did trying to hold on to everything was certainly leaving much to be desired. And Tolvakas here, we give this second Glade Captain over to Drycha and then grab one of these Treemen. Yeah. And now we got the double Glade Captain. One of them is way more juiced than the other one, but you know, one of them's level 12 and the other one's 44, so let's see if we can get some good items for this one. Well, not yet, we can't. Let's see if we can get some of these items for him. Balls Anvil Smith, nice. If you ever play Three Kingdoms, I want you to name a generic strategist after you. Will do. Alright, things are fine. Oak of Age is leveling up. Gonna get to being in regeneration range soon. Maybe we just finish this war up, go back and try to regenerate it, and then from there move on. I mean, that sounds too smart. That sounds too reasonable, doesn't it? It does. Well, hopefully we'll be able to to make something of ourselves here. You say probably the main one since yesterday. No, I was actually... I have like this Dwarf Rune Lord like Warhammer model that I haven't put together yet. And I'm like, if I ever put this together, I should ask you what you want me to name it. But knowing me and my my Warhammer pile of shame, it may be some time indeed before I put it together. I got so many cool models that I haven't put together. Just Warhammer stuff. I don't do like other modeling things. Although I think it's cool, I just don't do it, you know. Ikit Claw is here. I mean, Stilvakis the Wild can show up and get the trait, Well, this will be the end of the war, which means we have to fight. Glorious. I know I was supposed to play Minecraft, but I didn't end up doing it. I desperately need a drink of water. I will be right back. All right. So you want a squad of Idrix, find and pay the money for one? Yeah, you know, Warhammer models are very expensive. And charmingly, Ikit is like right here, which means, well, we'll be able to deal with them. And yeah, so Drycha's gonna be on the field, and that means we have immediate access to her army ability, which is awesome. I didn't realize, so yeah, even when she's just reinforcing, it'll still give you what you need. And of course, her negative leadership is already gonna be here with us, so at least I think. So even though they're under siege, so they would have gotten a benefit from that, it's at negative 35, which, wow, they broke us in time? Crazy. I guess they had a lot of stuff around. Because Ikit will come out here, but this Lord plus fellows here, that'll be enough to deal with Ikit. The Feral Manticore is out of control. Who rampaged it? Who's even shooting it? This is the Helm of Discord that we took off of Ikit himself. Of course, now, that'll put his defense down to 23. Oh yeah, there we go. He's got his Opal Amulet going. He's already broken. He's running off the battlefield. He throws the little brass ball down. We're going to be able to evade it. There we go. The last gasp of Ikit Claw. At last. My enemies have come and gone. My Skaven fight is over. Until I remember about Clan Molder. At last, Ikit Claw has run away. I really hate that guy. Did like no damage at all. He's probably got big spell resist. Yeah, big spell resist. Not so big missile resist. That's alright. The clamoring of the bell. Yeah, I do much prefer the 2 Glade Captain to the single one. So I remember earlier I was thinking about doing it, and then I was like, but no, like, no, this is nice, because they can, you know, if one gets caught up a little bit, maybe the other one can eat some shots that are meant for him. Is this just the normal branch wraith? No, this is the real one. They got regen. They got everything they need. Immediate terror route. As soon as the Skaven slaves run up, they immediately terror route on glance at the tree men. They just bolt. Gotta love it. Brutal stuff. And befuddlement now for the net. You know, I should have got that net a long time ago. A 10-second net is real good. I can't believe I just didn't get that skill because I was like, I don't care about the other stuff that's attached to it. And Ikit Claw will always remember this as the time that he almost took over Athel Loren. You know, if he'd been minding his own, we would have let him do it. We would have let him mind his own, but he didn't want to. Ikit always had to know better than other people. I'm like, man, we're really getting trucked on. It's storm vermin with halberds. Of course we are. I think regrowth should allow you to add models if you're made out of tree. Ain't that a beautiful sight? Look at the rats as they flee. Look at the anime attacks from the treemen. Look at the rampaging ghosts. This was as good as they had to offer, these rats. The Hell Pit Abomination covered in blood, trying to flee. Ah, what a wonderful game. The tree's just screaming in the background, smiling. When a tree smiles a purple smile like that and then roars, you know you messed up. There we have it. The end of the Skaven War. Well, the end of this Skaven War. It didn't really go on that long. What, like 100 fights and like 50 hours? No, I'm just playing. I know it wasn't that long. I also know that if I didn't have Drycha's summon ability, every single one of these fights that was against a proper army with her would have went just dramatically differently. Her ability's so good. Yes, 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 I got it. Finally. The second best item in the game. I love this item so much. Man, it's good. We're going to throw this on. This is going to be the Madman. This thing is so good. All of the random resist that they might be able to stack, and it takes down a whole bunch of them. It's a 55 meter range. It's really, really good. In here, we'll give it to Curdle, I think, because he's always the one that's like, you know, in the craziest spots. But Drycha, over Potion of Healing? No, because... No, yeah, it'll be fine on her. She's the one that we want to be, like, insane aggressive with all the time anyway. I mean, give the Potion of Healing to this guy, he'll at least get, you know, something out of it. And with a mighty uppercut, Ikit Claw falls. And we get 6 grand for beating him in battle. Yeah, baby. Faction destroyed. Clan Skyrim. I should have let that linger on the screen for a little while longer. God, ain't that a good feeling. Xerixel, did you declare war on Elspeth? You monster! Well, Madeline Sea Urchin is messing with Elspeth. Clan Hankrant's in bad shape. Aye. I'm like, well, you know, they only have a few places here. I think we just popped Earthu over and burned down Merigliano. Oh, she's like... She's like inside Athel Loren here. Lady, you don't want to mess around. She's not inside yet. She's still on her land. Yeah, this is sort of like a can't get mad not touching kind of thing. It's not really a game you want to play with the Wood Elves. Actually, I don't think they'd even be able to get to the Oak of Ages in one turn. Gotta generously redistribute Aranessa's wealth. Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably the thing to do too. She's gotta have a lot of it after all. What's the sack value for Merigliano? 2,400? What's the sack value for Sartosa? 2,750. Now let's multiply that by this and then. I bet we can get 100 grand out of it. El the Treacherous is in here, you know. We just need to colonize this stuff because we're going to push up and then we're going to sell all of it. Not Skavenblight, but all the rest of it to Couronne. And then we'll probably be redistributing this land, you know, to Elspeth. And then, because if they push down here, then they're going to have to move through this whole pass in order to get to it. And then I'll have Athel Loren that'll be here at, like, the choke point, and then I can get attacked by our enemies over and over. Why did I present this like it was a good thing? These are questions. These are questions indeed. Yep. And then, like, this little Zavorak, which I took specifically because I thought we could get somewhere with it. And then, like... Scragg's defensive allies with Clan Moors and Whistland and Nuln. Absolute madness. Because I give him Aquitaine, he just gets it taken immediately, but I get some money because I don't want to leave it up there and be a border. Look, it's Lewin's fault for not winning all of these fights with his peasants. Yeah, it's funny that ogres are, like, pretty amenable to diplomacy in this game. Because, I mean, sure they are, they're bribable, but so are, like, lots of evil races. But, like, of course, in Total War, Hammer, the ogres stay bribed, essentially. Just super... Yeah, yeah. Because I've, like... Scrag is, like, very chilled. Campaign movement, 20% for all armies. I think that's just my armies, not everyone on the map. Yeah. So this guy will start... I'll take this one and then move up to Bilbali, and then we'll just try to, like, distribute them around. Because Drycha's about to hoof it. Over here. Dothier's gonna push here. If Madeline tries to attack me, we'll be able to retreat. If she reinforces Merigliano, then we'll just, you know, we'll deal with that in its own time. Now, the coast is an army that is going to be a lot easier to deal with than Skaven in some ways. Not least because they might actually just start crumbling in leadership when we walk out if we just get a couple more forest spirits. And that is objectively very funny. Can I recruit branch race at all provinces? Yeah. Alright, so we'll just get one over here whenever we're at a place where we want to get it. Alright, so can we... I'm like, man... What we need to do is get rid of these orcs, because they're just stealing all of our guys' money on top of all the other problems. Marty Booty-Catcher has taken Karak Buftar. Nobody knows how they got their name. Oh. All provinces. I should probably have those in some other places too, huh? But Gelt is now taking the lower lands there. Can we... Yeah! Military alliance with Gelt? I mean, what's the worst that could happen? No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. I learned from the past. This makes you immune to chaos and chaos waste attrition as well. Man, every single thing on here is great. Alright, here we go. Tier 4, get our treemen. More branch wraith capacity. What's even better here? Oh, plague immunity duration. We're going to take the tier 5 tree, because of course we are. And this will give us more recruits for Forest Spirit and Flying Monsters. Yeah, obviously very good also. Even though we're sinking a lot of money into the upgrades. You know, it's all about the future. And what's the point in winning a war against Ikit Claw if you can't, you know, feel good about it? El the Treacherous is going to come in here and take Magritte from behind us. That will allow us to steal it again and make some money off of it, but, you know, it'd be better if we weren't dealing with it. That's the problem with raising, right? You You leave yourself open to your useless neighbors acting like jerks. If we just go across the mountain here... Yeah. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So we can just fight here this turn and then like go down. We'll meet in the middle, yeah. I think our armies can beat a Vampire Coast. I think. Can we beat this guy? I mean, probably. Yeah, I mean, what's he even have that could deal with Treeman? Savage Orc Boys, potentially. All about the Bamboo Grove, it's the best one. Yeah, it seems super good. No, let's just leave the Orcs alone. If we can't... and there's another one up there, too. There's no sense in getting a headache when you don't have to. You know, world is full of opportunities to give yourself one. The Riff-Raffa from Riff-Raff are really bothering us. Alright, he wants 10 to give me 10 grand for Defensive Alliance. He's strength rank 3? Nice. But I just don't think it'll benefit me. Look, if Gelt ends up punching me in the back of the head later on, I'm really going to be kicking myself for it. But I think we're fine. I think it'll be fine. She swings on back home real quick. Oh, Elspeth's on the road too, and this dude with a very solid greatsword plus Null Ironside army. Yeah, they thought we were playing. El the Treacherous going home. How did we... Anyway, I don't even have the thing for distant vision, so I don't know how we met him. We sure did the... Oh. Scarag Bloodfeaster. He's at war with the Jade Court and the Awakened. And he hates me. Okay, so through the port we can get all the way over here. And can we make landfall again? Yeah! Yeah, we can. Clean. And Skavenblight, we already got the raising stuff down. Now, El the Treacherous might try to come and mess with some of our stuff. But Thilvakas the Wild can probably match her. And if not, well, you know. What are you going to do? Do we move for it right now? Yeah, because they're not here.
Want to slit throat?
And we get good relations with Torgavon from it, who likes us a lot. Let's take a trade agreement and a military alliance. It doesn't give you the opportunity to, you know, confederate them, but you don't need one. You know, you just military ally them, and then if they end up dying, then you take their land, and that's a confederation too. Hooray! With the death of Ikit Claw, we now have finally allied the elves of Athel Loren. Feels good. You know, now we can walk freely through our lands, and moreover, we'll have a nice other bulwark against oh my god. Oh man. Look at all of it. Oh me, oh me. Should have delayed it. Yeah, probably. It just seemed like, you know, if we can get them with their armies not here, and we can, why wouldn't we do it? We get the short victory. It's like, what do you mean, vampire, Trish? Oh. Yeah. Because they're vampires. I'm like, what? I thought we were immune to that. You're only immune to that if you have the landmark. But it's not this thing. This thing just gives you, you know, not very good bonuses. They're okay. I guess recruitment cheaper is good. Yeah, you know, there's... I mean, Elspeth's 31, but she's been getting beat up. Bellicor is level 29, and he's also been getting beat up. But yeah, we see here the problem with our strategy of feeding stuff to Couronne and hoping that he won't die is that he's dying. It's possible that the corruption will lower before the next thing. We're just gonna... take our little bonus and carry on. Don't have Griffin Woodmore. Yeah, you don't have to have it. Once you heal the forest, I think you maintain the bonus for the forest being healed across your whole campaign. You don't have to, you don't even have to own the settlement. Because, like, if I go over a vampire thing, it'll still show the vampire tolerance of 20. Which you can't do because there aren't any vampires alive. But if there were, you'd be able to see. And, like, the forest health per turn, all of that goes on. Because, yeah, it's like the ritual of rebirth has been completed. But when you go to do it, it says, like... when you do the thing, I don't know. But anyway, it's permanent. You don't have to have it. Although, I sure wish I did. Cutting down the riffraffa, raising it for 20. Durthu gets to 0 upkeep on Malevolent Treeman now. I don't even know how. He did, though. Virtual Rebirth, if my 2 armies can kill Beastmen. Yeah, but can they? If I have both of them, they probably can. Telvakus could just World Roots home. No, you can't because you have to be in a forest to do it. Why do I always forget? Yeah, I think it's just his trait. And then he's got the thing as well. Oh, it's because of the oak. Because you get 5% more when you go to the 500 range, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. Did a tech finish? No. Oh, that gives recruit rank 2. That's actually pretty sweet, because that'll take us to, like, recruit rate 8. Because we'll have the building in, like, the Waterfall Palace, or whatever the building is, and then the other thing for Forest Spirits. So that'll take us to rank 8 on Forest Spirits on recruitment. Pretty good. We're going to finish this one, though. Because Lore of Life being cheaper is good. All of my best spells are Lore of Life, and if they're not, I think they are, and that's the same. Yeah, it's 15 for Treeman specifically, and then he has his trait, which is 30% for all of them anyway. Yeah. I love this. I just love the campaign where you can get, like, essentially a free Treeman army for Durthu in a campaign with Drycha, which makes them all have frenzy and stuff. It's so much better than... It's like him as a Drycha staple is so much better than him just by himself. Yeah, because if we do the rituals and we can't defend it, what happens is they send stuff out and then burn down the oak. Give Durthu 19 treatment and tag along with everything else. I mean, yeah, when it's literally free, it does sort of seem like it's ideal to do that. What? What? Oh no, he's here. Oh. Oh, he's here. That's not good. Oh, okay. I'm like, I didn't even see him on the map around us. Are they going around? Surely not. They gotta come. I gotta be able to get like something out of these scouts. And indeed we do. Oh my goodness. Getting hit by the Skull Crusher. Forsaken against Dryads. Basically, units fighting the thing they want to fight. Oh, these Forsaken are Forsaken of Khorne, which means they have fire damage. Oh, that's right. Khorne has fire damage. Well, that's real bad. Real bad indeed. Alright, what's these guys' deal? Oh, they've got an absolute ton of damage. Frenzy ITP, they've got no cool abilities. They're just blood beasts, got it. And I don't even know what's going on that side. I guess they're just chilling. These Malevolent Treekin are hardy, though, you know. They, Ow, yeah, we're definitely going to need that fire resist thing. Not least for the Chaos Dwarves, but also for Khorne. These Blood Beast demons are mortals. Well, in any case, we should be able to get at least a unit kill on them, which makes this a good defense and not a pointless one at all. Yeah, they don't have any anti-large here. So these, yeah, these Malevolent Treekin doing very well for themselves overall. Of course, these scouts already like just running all the way out of ammo, but if we finish off these blood beasts, that'll at least be, you know, a very moral victory. One model, yeah, they're not getting back, right? Hopefully. Fortunately, this side of their army just elected to take a really, really long time to do anything. We need to get into a fight here, because they're all coming up around this side, so we don't need to be too cute about waiting here on this platform. We're just going to charge forward and hope that our anti-infantry armor-piercing shots will be okay. Of course, we're fighting against the Skull Cannon, which is exactly what we don't want to fight. No real point in shooting into the Skull Cannon. Don't know why we were doing it. But yeah, I mean, this is actually an awesome defense. I mean, not really. He'll just put Humpty Dumpty together again, but fundamentally, getting any kills at all when an auto-resolve would have gotten you nothing still feels okay. Feels good not to have a horror music battle theme once in a while, yeah. You know, it's just a minor place, but, you know, it never feels good. I didn't even think about that one being over there. I would have tried to sell it to somebody ages ago. The enemy failed to spot my ambush. The fools. Elspeth, I don't want to join a new war. Maybe you don't understand what this alliance is for. Yeah, it's just... Man, that's too rough. You know, the rough look at the correct one. Yeah, I only know, like, the famous ones, right? Like, the top 10. And you're just like, oh, yeah, that's correct, Dramar. That's the one that's over there. The one by Zufbar. And I'm like, you know, I should know that. I do know where Zufbar's at. Oh, and these guys came back home, and that's also because it's cheaper to be in our lands a little bit. Well, now we've got 30 rounds of money left. Not like I can brag about it, because after all, the world is still in ruins. But, you know, no sooner do we give him this than, you know, Bellacor's going to come in and take it. But as soon as he gets to, like, here at Carcassonne, it's going to be much easier for us to stop the damage and stem the tide, you know. And we drop it upon our foes here. We'll take a unit experience cut. We get a force spirit for the guy. Very good indeed. So here we can just start moving Durthu home. Because Durthu plus, like, yeah, just having one person to support Drycha if it's absolutely necessary should be fine. And I'm less worried, considerably less worried about Vampire Coast than Skaven, because Vampire Coast has dead gunners, and they've got handgunners, but they're not like, these are not the quality of units than Skaven weapons teams are, not by what I consider to be a pretty long shot. Here we want... Death from above, yes, because this is the one that gives us terror, and that'll give them, you know, terror, and that's good. Going straight for Colossal Strike here, because that way it'll be a good companion to the other one. Save a bit more on Thilvakas there. We get a Dwellers Below. Yeah, Dwellers Below. An Arcane Conduit. That guy's almost immortal. Yes, everything is going very well indeed for the forces of truth and righteousness. Should I just get rid of this character and get a different one? I mean, I probably should have done it a super long time ago. One of them has Bugman's Brewery. Yeah, yeah. 100 Dwarf Elves tradable resource. I got that on some faction. Must have been Empire, maybe? Maybe I'm misremembering, and there's like some other place that gives you some stuff. It must be just as dwarves, maybe. I remember seeing it on my Malachi campaign whenever I was going around and looking at stuff, but... And then Durthu can go and get his better army. Go and reach his final form. Alright, so actually my army's quite beat up, but what in it is beat up? The Dryads? We don't need to fight with them. Oh. It's all fine. Why do I even think about what it would be before I notice if it's going to be a settlement battle? We'll be fine. Because the Hawkeyes of Jakira are slightly longer range than most of their stuff and much better at shooting than most of their stuff. And I can just feed them a whole lot of ammo. So why am I not doing that? Good question. Glad you asked it. It's like the thing about powder units too is they are very, very bad at dealing with the sort of problems that arise in a siege. Just really bad at it. These handgunners are fine at shooting, but you know, how are they going to get any damage? And they're not. And very soon, yeah, they come in here with near crumbling amounts of HP. Hand cannons have like AP and stuff, so we're just going to drop that on them. Of course, they are like immune to terror, but they're also going to wish that they weren't. Fleet Captain of Vampires here. So we don't need to bring in our units that can get hurt, you know. We can just bring in our stuff that can get healed, and the Hawkeyes of Jakira doing wonderfully. Fighting against some depth guard there, you know. These guys need to be up shooting. There's no reason for them not to be here. Let's just go ahead. Drop it on the gunnery mob there. The Hawkeyes of Jakira shooting into the Fellbats. My other guys similarly shooting into the Fellbats. Let's go ahead and throw a nice Earthblood down. Get a little bit of the heal on the blob. These are like bombers, which are like fine, but not very good. Not against me. They're fine. They don't do anything against like large foes. They want massed infantry. Like the bombers do, you know, AoE damage that wants a lot of models to hit. And so we don't do that for him. We don't give him that. We're going to drop this on the mortar. No, on the deck gunner. Because this is the thing we're most likely to forget later. And we can just absolutely crumble it to dust right now. And then start fighting the Sartosa Free Company. Although really, if this Bomber Mom moves, that'll be what melts these Dryads. But Sartosa Free Company are like living units. So they'll actually break. Oh, the Morgul Hunter. Never mind. We'll just lose to him. It's alright. Say my playstyle is supposed to do for subtle metals when usually the opposite is true for other players. Yeah. You know, the less you want to do in any given time by preference, the better you'll do in a settlement. I was like, is this going to be like a big thing? No, this is just a zombie deckhand with halberds, which means we're just going to pop them. We're going to get both of these guys shooting the Fleet Admiral. We're going to get the Hawkeyes to shoot him too. That'll melt him really quick. They were out of range. But they're about to start dropping it in. Oh yeah, there we go. There's a nice little volley. Look at that. Critical binding coming in. He's a small target too. She... Oh yeah, it's Elda Treacherous. It's a Lady Admiral. An Admiral, as they call them. Morgul Haunter, they're getting hits in on Drycha. Of course, this is not the end of the world. It's not the beginning of the world either. It'll be fine. These Triads still fighting over here. Pretty good. And here we'll drop them here on these handgunners. Oh, they just lost their lord, so there's a leadership hit, you know. If we had them a little bit lower, oh my goodness, we are getting shot up bad. It'll be fine. We were getting shot by, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 things of handguns. But we're gonna get the regrowth on them. I think we're gonna get the regrowth on them. The regrowth never go off? No, the regrowth never went off. I was like, how could that have not healed him? Let's overcrest the regrowth. Hawkeye's Drakira almost out of ammo already, of course, with restock. The whole element of that is going to change. We're just going to start shooting some folks. Of course, they just have to hit somebody just a little bit, and then their leadership gets tanked. Of course, with undead, they don't run, but getting them down into crumbling is good enough. You get your damage in, and then before long, you know, they start dying. And when they start crumbling, if you're angling your power just right, they'll keep on crumbling until they die entirely. And that feels pretty good. Zombie pirate deckhand mobs fighting, you know, my large creatures. Not ideal. Drycha will go in, probably bash them down pretty good. Hachikai's a Jakira putting in the work. Of course, they're getting shot by, oh, towers. I'm like, what is hitting them? Sorry, Pirate Gunnery Mob just shooting at Curdle. Oh, right, because he can't go up and punch them because they're on a wall. And you literally will bug yourself if you try to hit somebody who's on top of it. I think we're about to army lost some though. Oh right, we could have taken that. Like, you know, we could have taken these points to mess with the enemy a little bit. Could have done a lot of things. The Eagles, they do melee attacks and shoot at the same time, which is very good. If you're the Sisters of Twilight, and for everybody else, it's just sort of like normal. We win! Hooray. We convinced them to all crumble to dust. I'm like, oh, Sartosa Free coming. I'm like, who's on this battlefield that isn't, like, undead? $1,700 value on the Hawkeyes. You know, if you only have one Wood Elf archer unit, that's the one I recommend. You know, they do better with, you know, your techs and your red line skills and stuff, and, you know, the benefits. You can really juice them up, and this army doesn't do that, but they do AP damage, and they have a discouraged effect, and that's good. Here, we want to seed it because we need... We need the replenishment, and we need... Oh, no! Oh, that's awful. Because it's got a port, it's not gonna let us get the thing for the sack bonus, you know. Can't have everything. Anyway. I'm like, how could this have happened to me? Oh, well, I'm kind of over it. And Sartosa, yeah, we're going to be able to pop them just like next turn. I don't think they'll have anybody at home. Yeah, no, it's just going to be... It'll be a level 5 wall. They don't even have, like, the defensive buildings, so it's only 14 units here. And it'll be, yeah, cannons, halberds, and deck droppers. Shouldn't be too tricky. You know, things are not looking perfect, but if Clan Angren can just hold on and fight against everyone in the whole world, we can be okay. Alright, well, that's all I've got for you today. Kind of went on longer than I had planned. This is a very common thing with me in Warhammer. But yeah, we got a short victory. Didn't realize. Okay, so +3 hero capacity for all heroes is quite an extraordinary boon to me. Training to 0? Ah, look at that. They're more mad about me having treaties with the other Wood Elves than they are about me fighting them. Dwarf priorities. Dwarf priorities, if ever. And I've got them too. Look, I've got dwarf priorities, but that's... Alright, we're going to... trade off these lands here. Merigliano. Yeah, there's my 10 grand. We're gonna move down, take Riff Rafa, assuming that Elspeth takes that, and then we'll, yeah. They have 2 settlements? Where's the second one? Maybe they have, like, the Galleon's Graveyard or something? Oh, it's right here. I just looked at it. I just said, well, hopefully they'll take that. Anyway. Plus 3 force speed. It's plus 9. Plus 9 force speed. Right. You are right. I did forget. I totally forgot we were doing the outro. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I've been doing this too long. I get distracted very easily. I, laser focused. Yes, everything is going well. We're going to save right here so we don't have to do the end turn again. We've saved like twice, so we will be fine. And, yeah. When we return, we will, finish up this war, of course, and then likely move up, do this Oak of Ages thing. That'll be the first priority when we come back, is hopefully we'll be able to crack that, get that sorted out, and then figure out which one of these enemies is going to be the big problem. We'll also give Durthu an army of 19 Ancient Treemen, and that should be pretty fun. And, yeah, we'll get the Stacks of Doom rolling. We'll become very fancy. Kimry is Ascendant. Yeah, they got 33 things, and they're... Look, he's defensive allies with Thoric Ironbrow. Anyway, I am ending. I am. I said I was. That means it's going to happen. Everything is coming up wonderfully. Tomorrow we'll get more of these heroes. We'll embed them in our armies, and we'll become even more legendary. We're going to put a Force Spirit on this one before we forget. And then save the game again. And then save the game again. I don't have a Force Spirit. Alright, that's all I've got for you. Good night, Luke. Thanks for hanging out. Always a pleasure. Vilerpal, thanks for the raid. Anyone who came in there with him and stuck around and watched, I appreciate you giving the channel a shot. And maybe I'll see you in another stream or video. I don't always play Total War, but when I do, always happy to have friends around. I play other games as well. A little variety thing. But anyway, that's all I've got for you tonight. Good night, Luke. Always a pleasure, sir. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow or some other time.